Hey, we're live. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to another Tuesday night episode of Chat with the Muskrat. I'm your host, Roger DeMint, hanging out here at the house today. And we just got off the river. Skip and I were out today on the Ohio River, kind of checking things out. We actually got a tournament coming up this weekend, so we're trying to come up with a game plan. And we knew where we wanted to be, but the fish weren't where we thought they would be. So it was tough fishing today. We did manage some fish. First two flatheads of the year came out today. We didn't really weigh them. They weren't big. Matter of fact, one was pretty small, like 2 pounds. And I think mine might have been 5-7 pounds, somewhere around there. But it's always great to see a flathead. I don't care what size he is. When the flatheads start showing up, I get excited. And so it's always a win for me when I'm able to score a flathead. And the water temperature was 44 degrees. So 44 degrees water temperature, and flatheads were biting. They were biting shallow because the shallow water is a little bit warmer. So that gets their blood pumping and gets them moving around a little bit better. And but yeah, we managed a few blues today. Nothing great big, but good fun. We had a good time. So before we get started here, I wanted to let everybody know that Carl Morris Jr. Not going to be able to make it in tonight. So I know that of course it says it down there on the bottom, but he had something come up. He wasn't able to make it. He called me today. He was not happy about it. But I totally understand. That is a busy dude. He's definitely excited to make it up and get on the show. But he was, unfortunately, he will not make it in tonight. So you guys are stuck with me. I was going to try to scrounge somebody up at the last minute, but I didn't want somebody to feel, like a last minute fill in or whatnot, because I got more guests on the way, and we'll have a good time. So you guys are kind of stuck with me tonight, win, lose, or draw. So before I get rolling here, I'm going to say some hellos. Turns out as soon as it turns 8 o'clock, all the chat that happened before 8 disappears. So everybody who was in chat before 8 o'clock, their names disappear. So I write down as many as I can, but they started really pouring in there at the end. So we'll start out first, and I'll say hello to my wife, Janice, who's tuning in from work. And I just wanted to point out that Janice has been in more chats and more streams now that she's working than she did when she was at home. I mean, I don't know if anybody else noticed that Janice all of a sudden showed up on all my streams, but she's actually at work. So go figure. So anyway, Squirrel was actually first one in chat tonight. So Fishing with the Squirrel, Minnow Dunkers, Tommy Long's hanging out with us tonight again. So thank you, Tommy, from tuning in. Stonefly 71, Ernie Brown, Sampy, Brandon Cross. Seen that those guys made it out and caught some crappie out at the lake, I believe today. So and some shad. So he got stocked up on some shad and put a couple crappie in the basket as well. So that's always a good day. Rob with 2 Old Vets is also tuned in. Country Boy Catfishing, Mike Irvin. My dog, she wants to be part of the show. Mike Irvin, Skip Stewart's in the house supporting me, as always, Clearview Outdoors. Man, he was so close in the rig tying contest the other night. I was so proud of him. P-City Smitty, Fins and Finds, he's on vacation. Obaba down there, and looked like he caught a first speckled trout, and he's having a good time. So thanks for taking the time out to tune in. And I imagine you won't be able to stay long, but thank you so much for tuning in anyway. I appreciate it. Buckeye Catfishing, my buddy Jim's in the house. Mike Kaufman just sent me some pictures of some really bright black lights he's planning on putting on the bank. So I think he's going to give Chunky a run for his money doing the bank thing. But great stuff he's got going on. Kelly Bullock with the Bullock Experience is in the house. We'll scroll on down through here, try to get everybody. Central Valley Outdoors, in the house, hanging out. Chat is a flying. Hooks and Hammocks is in the house. Thanks, buddy, for tuning in. Appreciate you being here. Peace City Smitty, I think I said you once, but I'll say it again because you're that good. If you guys didn't catch the epic trip he had the other day, it was outstanding. He put a shorter video, so he didn't have to watch the whole long video, but it was good stuff. I didn't get it all the way through it just yet, but it's on the list of things to do. My buddy Jeremy over at Creole Catfishing, he said he can't stay tonight. Just wanted to stop in. Thanks for being here, brother. I appreciate this love and support. Alan Priscilla is in the house. I hope I said that right. If not, I'm probably not the first one to jack it up. Uncle Lou, my buddy Lee Reed is in the house. Thanks, buddy, for stopping in. Appreciate you being here. All right, let's get on down the road here. Brad Caudill. I might have jacked that one up too. Forgive me. Dale Hayslips in the house. Fishing with the Chad. Good buddy Chad, the Ginger Ninja. Mexicat Fishing's in the house. Always good entertainment coming out of Mexicat Fishing. If you haven't checked it out, take the time to check it out. It's time well spent. Wandering Fisherman. My chat just jumped. Katie Collins. Abbott and Katie had Sharina on the other night. It was a great show. I think Katie Collins is getting kind of used to running solo there for a little while. Abbott's having some technical difficulties or something going on over there, but Katie's doing a great job holding down the fort. You and Sharina did a great job. Let's see. Wandering Fisherman. Has Life's in the house. What's up, buddy? Thank you for stopping in. Get on down through here. We're up to 53 people in chat already. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Greenwell Fishing's in the house. Mike Costello, Thomas Littlepage, Mad Catter Fishing. Couple crosses fishing. Looks like the other half of the cross team's in the house. I think I've caught up, but there's a good chance. I missed somebody, and if I did, it was not intentionally. So, Avid, I think somebody said hi to Avid. If I missed you, hello, Avid. Thanks for tuning in, buddy. But we are Palmetto Cats is in the house. Kevin, thanks for being here. Dan's Creation and Adventures is also in the house. I did miss some people. My chat jumped on me, and you went clear to the bottom of the page. 2 stands, 3 fishing. Stand 3's in the house. Talk about a fishing machine. That dude right there puts in the work, man. Puts in the work. Time on the water. You hear it over and over again because it is that important. Time on the water will make you or break you. People get lucky every now and then and score big fish. You hear stories, people first time out, or whatever. And, there's some luck involved. But time on the water will be more consistent if you put the information together and put the puzzle together. Papo Ed is in the house. Man, oh man, we up to 57 people, and I'm trying to keep up. Jason Ward, woo, man, I appreciate you guys all tuning in. I'll say it again real quick. I know that we got some more folks in the house. I apologize. But Carl Morris is not going to make it in tonight for the show. He had something come up on his end that he couldn't shake, so he's not going to be able to make it in tonight. He is on the books and agreed to make it up to us and get in here. So we will get him on the show. But he is a busy man. He runs a business. He owns and runs a business here in Ohio, landscaping and whatnot, which is snow removal and landscaping, so he doesn't even get his season off. And then he runs a bait business, I believe, in Alabama, the catching and selling bait. He's got a team down there working, and then he fishes a lot. So he's a very busy man. So we'll give him a pass on this one, but we'll get him on the show. He was excited to come on. He's excited to make it up to us and come on in. So we'll get him in books. We'll get him in here. Zach Murray just tuned in. Zach, hope everything's going okay. Thoughts and prayers out to you, brother. I know you got some stuff going on, family, and hope everything's going okay. I haven't heard from you today. We missed you. Big Slam 91's in the house. Man, oh, man. Up to 60 folks in the house, and we're still climbing. Holy moly. All right, 2 stands fishing. We got Stan and stand 2 and stand 3 hanging out in the house. 3+1 outdoors. Roger Anderson's in the house. Mr. Gadget. All right, I've got to start talking because otherwise I think I'm just going to call names out all night. Woo! Country Boy Catfishing. I think I said it once. We'll say it again. But if you guys didn't catch the rig tying competition there, what is today? Today's Tuesday. Sunday night, man, it was these competitions. I'm telling you, they are nail biters, man. I didn't know that, I would be on the edge of my seat as much as I was. It looked like so much fun. I kind of kicked myself in the butt for not jumping in on the competition. I don't think I could have beat the dude that won it. I don't think I could have beat Skip. Skip was a machine, man. The determination in his eyes, and then he was very prepared. If you guys notice, he had like a bowl with floats in it and a bowl with swivels in it and hooks. His leader line. It was a good show. So if you guys didn't catch that, check it out. And but I thought I saw something pop up in chat. We'll try to keep it rolling. So without Carl able to join us tonight, I thought I'd just take this point and kind of talk one-on-one with everybody. Cut your boy. Hey, no problem, man. No problem, man. I was actually thinking about talking about that subject tonight for a little bit. Hey, Skip says Storm. That's my dog's name. You see her head keep popping up. Janice left for work around 2 o'clock today. I got home right at 7, a little after 7. So she's here just begging for attention. She's like, I've been home alone for 5 hours. Pet me. So she's going to be probably hanging out right here. Hey, looky here. Catfish Chaos. You might not recognize that name, but you'll recognize him. That is Eric Jacobs, who was also on the show last week hanging out with us and talking catfishing. He has decided to go ahead with the YouTube journey and called himself Catfish Chaos. I really like the name. Good job, brother. Dog looking around the room. Who the heck are you talking to? Yeah, you're probably right, Rob. It's probably her nose is right up in here. So yeah, here's a comment, and me and Janice had this conversation the other day, and she made it known to me that like I mentioned kind of early on in the stream, Janice is her job right now. She's got a lot of free time, and so she's been able to join chat and kind of hang out and get to know a little bit of people in the catfish community. And her words to me the other day were, man, I tell you what, she's like, I've heard you talk about the catfish community and how much you like it. And, so many people in there that help each other and support each other and lift each other up. She said, I knew you talked about it, but I hadn't, really experienced it. And she said, I can tell you what, the last couple of weeks that I've jumped in chat, and she's like, people recognize my name and they talk to you. And she's like, it's so warm. It's not normal. It's not normal for, social media and most platforms. And so I just want to tell you guys, I thank you so much for taking the time to involve Janice in. She fishes with me. She loves the outdoors. But I thought it was really cool that she said that and brought it up. And hopefully everyone's able to experience that. Everyone in chat here is able to experience that and have that warm welcome, because it's a great feeling to know. It's a great feeling to know that so many of you guys and gals are invested in what we have going on, and so interested in sharing knowledge, sharing opinions, asking questions, and that's how we grow. That's how we grow as anglers. That's how we grow as humans. Is asking intriguing questions and interacting and getting to know one another. So I just wanted to kind of point that out personally for her experience through me, or my experience through her actually, is that it's awesome. I've experienced it for a while, and I think once you've been doing this for a while, it kind of feels routine, and there's certain things that happen here and there that really make you feel warm and fuzzy inside. But then when a new person joins our community, and we just take them in. It's it's unreal. But I get off that pedestal there for a minute, but I thought it was worth mentioning. And I think it's awesome for all of us here that lift each other up and support each other. There's a lot of negativity out there. There's a lot of people who just don't like to see the people succeed. And a lot of people just like to stir the pot. And, and you're going to have that. It doesn't matter. You'll have that no matter where you go, what you do. It doesn't matter where you're at. But in this area, in this platform, I'm very blessed and very thankful to have so many people that care to tune in and listen to me talk. I try to give as much factual and helpful information as I can find. I love for my show I love for somebody to take something away every single time. There's a lot of folks out there there's great people here in chat that are way more talented than I am, that have way more skill than I do, and would be better at doing this, to be completely honest. And so I try to share my experiences and my thoughts. None of them, she's just dying over here. I try to share what I know and my experiences. Hopefully I don't ever mislead anyone or put anybody off on a wrong path. But if I do, if you guys, I don't mind being fact checked, man, call me out. I'd love to know. If I'm wrong, I need to know it. One, because I spread information and share. And two, I want to know for myself. I'm growing and learning as an angler every time I walk outdoors. Every time I hit the water, I'm learning. I'm learning new stuff and learning new tricks and techniques. We only caught 6 fish maybe today, 7. I'm not sure. We didn't put a whole lot. We didn't put a whole lot of fish in the boat, but we learned a lot just today, and that was the goal today, is get out and learn. Like I said, we have a tournament coming up. We're fishing the River Rats Catfishing Club. It's Southern Ohio, so it's kind of fishing the area of this weekend. We're fishing Brush Creek, Aberdeen, Eagle Creek, that area down in there. If you're familiar with that part of Ohio, so we've decided to give it a go right here with the River Rats, as we call ourselves as a team. With Zach and Skip and I, and so we're going to give it a go. So today was doing a little bit of homework, and I believe Eric and I are going to venture out Friday and do a little more scouting and see what's going on the night before the tournament. So just wanted to give a couple more shout outs. I see some more folks pull in here, so I wanted to make sure I don't miss anybody. Rex Blocker, Jesse Outdoors Addiction. I've seen some more that came through. Bill O'Reilly's Fishing. Hey, buddy, appreciate you stopping in. Thank you for being here. Ozark Guys Fishing. I haven't seen you for a while. Thank you so much for stopping by. And my buddy Justin over at Justin's Fishing Fetish. He's a good dude, fun to hang out with. We gotta get on the water soon, buddy. Janet Fox is also in the house. And Janet and Big Fox are scheduled to be on the show next week. So have your questions ready. These guys are local here in Ohio, but they travel all over and catch lots and big fish. And they do it as a couple and they do it as a team. And I thought it was awesome. And I've known Bink for quite a while, and we chit chat back and forth about fish and bait and everything else here and there. But there's a lot of couples in the angling circuit, and these guys are very successful as a couple, as a team. Hey, you quit that. And so they have agreed to come on the show next week. And man, they got a ton of knowledge and a ton of experience. So have your questions ready. It's going to be a great show next week. All right, I think I caught up with everybody. I'm hoping so. Whoa. We are fishing in River Rats tournament. Yeah, River Rats Catfishing Club. Sorry if I missed that. Michael Murillo's in the house. I don't know if I caught him. Mr. Elstan Perez, Chucky Cats Fishing's in the house. Guys, if you guys didn't catch the show this weekend for the Super Cat Give Back tournament, that's a tongue twister. Man, Elstan and Has hanging out on the bank. I'll tell you right now, I type LOL a lot. you know what I mean, just talking to my friends, and you see it in chat, laughing out loud. I had to explain that to my mom. She thought it was lots of love, and forever she swore it was lots of love. But I typed laughing out. Those guys had me actually laughing out loud. Me and Janice both. Those guys get to cracking up and giggling, and you can't help but join. It was so much fun. And, you know, jumped around between all the competitors. You know, Kevin had awesome stuff going on over there. You know, checked out Chris and Steve. It was a crazy show, and man, those guys raised I think that was close to $4,500. And then after all the money gets settled, you know, YouTube takes their cut 30%, and but they're going to be giving that all back. That was all coming right back. So if you tune in next Sunday night to Palmetto Cats and check out Kevin, I'm not sure how they're doing it or what's on the agenda, but I know you don't want to miss it. So be there for that one. Sogo, what's up, buddy? Another competitor Sunday night on the rig time contest. So he was in there battling it out too with the other contestants. Roger Anderson was also in there. Justin from Trophy Catfishing. Justin from Trophy Catfishing is kind of local to our area down here, and has had a YouTube channel for 5 years, and I didn't even know about him. We got to talking after the show, and he's agreed to come on, not next week because that's Bink and Janet Fox, but the following week, the 30th, will be Trophy Catfishing, and so that's going to be another good one. He's got a lot of experience, a lot of time on the water. Chunky is giving away his rods. I don't know about that. These Has, Kevin, and Chunky, they had it popping, going back and forth and timing each other out and checking in on each other. It was a good show. It was a good time. We were on the water fishing, and so we tried to stay busy best we could, and but we couldn't help but keep that thing playing in the background and jump around and Mike Merlo says, I want Has on the show too. Just saying. We can make it happen. Tell you what, Has he has blossomed and grown fast. He's putting out some good quality content. He's entertaining to watch. He's fun. He catches fish. So you put all that together, a guy who can catch fish. He's entertaining. What's more to ask for? That's great. Some channels will be educational and help pass along the buck. Some channels will be entertainment, and hey, I love them just the same. I love to learn and I love to laugh. So, and then we got a couple channels out there that like to cook. Man, I can't remember the date, but there's a taco eating contest coming up here real quick, and so. Half crazy fishing. I think he's half crazy. All right. Kevin's giving away his boat. 2 stands. There he goes, man. Maybe it's true. Kevin's giving away the pontoon boat on Sunday. I don't think the super chat give back will cover the cost of that boat. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Taco eating contest coming up. Oh, was it tonight? And I missed it? Oh, man. Art 1 Ton Fishing Club. What's up, buddy? He's driving and listening. Keep your eyes on the road and keep your ears glued right here, buddy. We're here for you. So a couple things we're going to talk about. I had somebody message me today, and we was talking about hooks. We was talking about hook size. We was talking about floats and where to find floats. And so if any, yeah, sweet doggy, man, that's so fun to say. I got to come up with something cool. I don't know what it is, but I got to come up with something cool. But anyway, we was talking about floats. So who or where are you guys buying your big peg floats? 3 inches. So I missed it, man. I missed it. Daggone it. I didn't realize it was here today. But I'm sorry, I lost train of thought. We was talking about where to get peg floats and hook sizes. And we was talking about how big of a peg float you really needed to support, to lift the bait up from the bottom. And so one of the things that, and this questions came around a few times, right there, I get them in a box of 100 in Amazon, 3-inch peg floats. So what we ended up talking about is, how much buoyancy you really need in a body of water. Now, this person was fishing in a lake as opposed to fishing in a river. So that may help play a factor a little bit. So, but what I want you guys to keep in mind, when you think about how much flotation you really need to lift your bait up off the bottom, your bait in most cases is already have some buoyancy to it. It's not as heavy as it is on land. In your hand, if you toss it around, and even if you got a big chunk of bait, and that's like 8-10 ounces of skipjack you got in your hand, when you put that in the water, it's not 8 to 10 ounces anymore. Okay. You think about your own body weight, and I know I've done it, and I'm a big guy, right? But when I get in the pool or I get in the beach, and I get in water, I'm a lot lighter. I like myself a lot better in water. But my kids have came over and picked me up and held me because, look, Dad, I could pick you up because I'm so much lighter in water than what I am on land. Thank goodness. But the same thing happens to your bait. When that bait gets in the water, it's no longer 8 ounces. It's no longer 10 ounces or whatever you've got. And it really doesn't take a whole lot. Yep, Uncle Lou's. That's what I was using today. I was using Uncle Lou's. I think I used a couple 2-inch peg floats with some rattles. I like the inline Versa rattles or whatever you call them, rattles. So what I wanted to kind of mention is you don't have to have a lot of flotation. There's another one. Big Boy cigar float. Billy Boy price $37. So Billy Boy is a good name brand too. Normal weight on the moon. P.C. Smitty. Yeah. So yeah, right there you go. Uncle Lou has 3-inch pinch floats. 3-inch. I'm not sure what that was supposed to mean, but if somebody wants to throw the link out there for Uncle Lou's has a lot of different stuff. He's really been able to help a lot of people out. He's got great prices, and I think he's got great products. I might be a little biased because I'm using them, but I use what I trust. When I go out to fish, I'm pretty serious. We're pretty hardcore about what we do and why we like. Will the rattle make a difference in still water that has no current? It will not. That rattle has to move, has to do something. It has to have some type of movement to get those rattles to move and make any noise. It's the same as if you took the rattle and laid it on the countertop. It's not moving. It's not doing anything. It will not help you in moving. Now, if you start dragging or drifting, then you get some movement, especially dragging. Dragging, you kind of bumps the bottom. It gets that rattle just shaking up pretty good, and that will trigger bites, trigger their attention. Everyone has their theory on why rattles work. Do I think they work? I think they help. I really do. It's one way or the other. The rattle may draw them in. It may get their attention. My view has always been, and still to this day, is the rattle is going to make noise. And if that fish is off in the distance, either way, just kind of imagine yourself sitting in the living room and you hear a tapping noise coming from your kitchen. And eventually you're going like, what the heck is that? You're going to get up and go check it out. You get there and there's a plate of warm chocolate chip cookies, man, just came out of the oven. You're like, I don't know. I don't care what that noise was. I'm going to smash that cookie. All right. Same concept and this is my rationality. I can't prove any of this. Okay. So this is just how I think. But even if it doesn't draw them in, I believe it at least gets their curiosity enough to get them drawn over to check it out. And at that point, your bait does its job. and attracts the fish. Maybe that is it, and maybe that ain't. That's my theory, my opinion. So in my experience, rattles help. I use them. I use them just about on every rig. I may use the Demon Dragon style floats. I may use a peg float with some Versa rattles in there. When I do the rattles, I put a plastic bead. I don't use rubber beads. I use plastic beads so that it has something hard to press against, and so it still has rotation. If you use rubber beads in between your rattles, you're going to take some of that rotation and take some of that noise out because it's rubber. Rubber is a dampener. It also causes friction, slows it down. So catfish and chaos. I use line rattle. Great point. Thank you, Eric. The line rattles would help in the lake if you have live bait, in my opinion. If you're using live bait in the lake, no current, I love putting a live bluegill on with the Demon Dragon or a float of any kind, rattles, and get them tossed up on the bank or get close, throw them right back in the structure. And, man, that bluegill just sit down there. Now, I normally do trim their tail. I trim the end of the tail off so that they can't go all over the place because they'll get you tangled up and tied up in no time. But 3-inch peg floats, $26.95, $50. I might have missed where that's from, so I'm sorry if I missed that. But so yeah, if you're fishing from a lake and you have no current, but you're using live bait, I believe the rattles will help. So hey, real quick, we got Terry Lane tuning in. Seen Patriot James, Catfishers of America, is also in the house. Man, I seen a couple others squeeze in here that I didn't want to miss. Shoot. Oh, Hagen Grubbs. I knew there was somebody worth going back for. Hagen Grubbs is in the house. Hey, buddy, thanks for stopping in. I appreciate it. So that's our experience. Roger, what bait we're using for flathead today? The flathead today came on shad, cut shad. My flathead came on a midsection, body section of the shad. And I believe Skip's did as well. Skip helped straighten me out here in chat. I don't remember what you caught yours on. You probably remember it better than I did. Avid says same thing. I cut my tail off live bait. Yeah, and it's not, some people trim all the fins on the fish thinking that, the catfish should be more likely to suck it down their throat if they didn't have all the fins and barbs. Them fish don't care. If you hadn't seen Creole Catfishing's last video, I don't remember how big the catfish was. It wasn't a great big fish, but it had a really big fish down his throat. He started pulling it out until he felt the barbs or the gills starting to hang up, and so he didn't want to hurt the fish, so he quit pulling on it, which was the right thing to do. And somebody put up James' channel, Patriot Catfishers of America. If one of my mods could do that for us, please, I appreciate it. We'll get you taken care of, Haz. I missed where I was talking, but so yeah, shad body sections, I believe, is what they was hitting on today. The flatheads were today. I'd say they were in 15 foot or less of water, and followed by flat. So the flat came out gradual to where there's warmer water working along that bank. It wasn't a steep bank. It was a gradual bank. Allowed that shallow water to warm up. We had a lot of sunshine today where we were at until evening. And then so that's able to heat that water up and get those fish up there, because fish are cold-blooded. There's no way for them to warm up. We could put clothes on, turn the heater on in the truck. Catfish, they can't. They have to go. If they want to warm up, if they want to be warmer bodies. Thanks, Kevin. Thanks, Justin, for doing that. 2 Stands Fishing. You guys are awesome. Thank you, guys. If they want to warm their bodies up, they just got to go where the warmer water is. So if you got warm water discharges, sometimes that's a great place to be. If you got big shallow flats, we talked, I think a week or two ago, talked about shallow flats and what structure actually warms up fastest between mud, rock, sand, concrete. Mud will actually probably be your slowest to warm up. And sorry, I'm trying to keep up with chat. But I believe it was the sand, then rock and concrete next. Are going to heat up faster than your mud will. Your mud's going to hold on to the coldness longer. And there's always ways to find. There's always, there's always artificial ways that heats the water up. So depending on what species of fish you're looking for, if you're looking for bait fish and things like that, shallow flats, and then also around boat docks. Boat docks, the ones that have the black flotation underneath, are going to heat up. There you go. They go real shallow. Get the UV rays to heat them bodies up. That's right. The black plastic that holds the docks up, that black plastic gets warm fast. Also aluminum. Aluminum heats up very quick. It cools down quick, but aluminum heats up quick too. There you go. I thought that's what it was. I didn't want to say it. Pinky and the Shad. So he had a shad head on. Skip, if you haven't watched Skip's channel yet, he's got a rig that he calls Pinky and the Shad. It's a pink demon dragon, and he always puts shad on that rod. And it's Pinky and the Shad, and that catches a lot of fish. I tell you, pink, I don't know why. The pink is a very hot color in the water. And I can't explain why. There's different versions of, the color that changes when it disappears into the water, turns gray and becomes more natural looking than some other colors do. I'm not sure why it works. I know it does. I know it does work. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And so we're going to continue using the pink floats. I use pink floats. There it is. I sell a ton of pink floats. I use all pink floats, says Zach. Don't know what it is. Pink is hot. Yep. If I'm not mistaken, it's the only natural color, only color natural in water. Uncle Lou might be onto something. Hey, we were just talking about fishing and eating. We had pretty much everything else covered. There's fishing and cooking with Mike Chavez. That guy will make you hungry in a heartbeat. He's always, that channel there, man, he's got some great stuff. Chat moved. Yeah, a lot of guys really like the chrome. The all chrome floats, whether it's the Versa rattles or the, I hate to say demon dragon style float but that's what everybody knows it as. But there's so many other people making them out there that you can't just call it demon dragon. But yeah, and that's what I thought, Parker. Red is one of the first colors that disappears. And so obviously pink being a shade of red. I also have some swink pink. I have some swink pink. He does. Right there. Uncle Lou's, look at that. Look at that shiny thing. The other ones are dirty. I already put them to work. They passed the test. I actually got a video, Lee. I'm gonna send to you, and if you approve it, I'm gonna put it up. There we go. Zara Spook Floats. I'm afraid if I say that, not everybody's going to understand what that is, but that's exactly what it is, guys. Demon dragons didn't come out of the sky or the moon or the Mars somewhere. It's a bass lure without the hooks. And I'll be honest with you, I experimented a while with adding hooks to them and caught fish. I ran a hook right off the back of the float, and it worked. I caught some fish because I was experiencing, and a lot of folks will, that use the foam floats. They'll experience that the fish will actually hit the float and smash it. You'll go through a lot of floats. If I approve, post away. I approve. I got what I did, Lee, is I took video of just how high. I was really surprised at how high that board sets up out of the water. You know, that aluminum you would think would weigh this thing down, but I'm telling you, this board probably rode about right here in the water column. I mean, this whole board was sticking up out of the water. Maybe an inch of it, the foam was below waterline. I thought it was really cool. I took a couple short videos, but if you're cool with it, I'll get it out there for you. I missed something. Yeah. But anyway, pink, great color. J.R Spook, that's right. He was running the I ran my hook right off the back of my float, and you know, my floats kept getting smashed, and so I ran a hook off of one or a couple, and I caught fish on them. So what's that, Raj? Caught tons of spooks. Yeah, right there. Skip was with us. We was pulling. And and I don't want to make this Uncle Lou show, because he has my full support. But when it comes to pulling those boards out, the sign of a quality board, in my opinion, is be able to pull at a very slow speed. Skip was with me, and Eric was with me, and we decided to start dragging baits up on Hoover last week. 44-degree water, but we had to go slow. So I was going at 0.3, and sometimes the wind was slowing us down to 0.2. There he is. That's Eric there. He was also impressed at how fast they pulled out. Going 0.2 and 0.3 to get a board to plane out straight to the side is a sign of quality. If you really want to test your gear and test your boards, go 0.3 miles an hour and see if they do their job. And Uncle Lou's did. Call it like it is. Roger Lee is an amazing dude. He is. Lee Reed is good dude. These boards are great boards. They've got my seal of approval. Not that means anything to anybody, but it's always nice to hear somebody who's got hand-on experience. You know, whether it come from a rod, a reel, knowing somebody has used it, tried it, it makes it a little bit easier to pull the trigger and make that purchase. Hey, there's Derek Catfish Chasers. I don't even know if that's English, but he's here. Thanks, Derek, for stopping in. Eric Burnside also in here. Lee Evans Catfishing is also in the house. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We're just spouting off here a little bit. We're talking about floats. We're talking about rattles. We're talking about gear. Certified, put a stamp on it. That's right. Are boards better if there's no current? If there's no current whatsoever, the boards really aren't going to do anything for you. They're not going to go anywhere. You have to be either moving and creating movement with the boards to make them go out, or you have to be in current. There's times that we will be anchored, and I will still run a planer board in current and make it pull my bait off to the side. So instead of all my lines gathering at the back of the boat, I'll cast one out to the side, and I'll clip a planer board on it and send it over there. And now, instead of everything being directly behind the boat, I can have planer boards here and planer boards here, and I've got a wide spread. So if you're not familiar with how or why a planer board works, your line is attached here and here. All right. So naturally, when it goes to your boat, it's going to want to turn and put these in a straight line. So now, because this board is turned, the water coming this way catches the board and pushes it outward. Okay. So I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's how a planer board works. This rod is out here to make it turn sideways, to make it kind of kick to the side. And when it does that and the water comes against it, it pushes here, and that pressure wants to push this board away. I don't know if maybe that helped anybody or not, but that's how they work. They're a great tool to have in the toolbox. I love you running planer boards. Oh, I missed it. Yeah. I'm not the first guy to do that. There's a million hacks and ways to use planer boards. You know, Never seen that one. Hey, no problem, Lee. I was glad I was able to maybe help clear it up a little bit. You always you can always shoot me a message, man. If you got some questions or anything, and if I can help you out, I'll do the best I can. Let's see. Parker Pursuits is also in the house. We're up to 78 people. Holy smokes. Hey, guys, if you're all in here now and you haven't hit the thumbs up, please hit the thumbs up. It really helps out a lot and helps get the channel out there, maybe get it recognized and get some subscribers. I haven't looked. I'm going to look real quick, but we have busted over the 800 mark. Oh, I'm trying to get to my channel. We have busted over the 800 mark and creeping our way to 900. And of course, the goal would be to get to 1,000 and 819 subscribers. So thank you guys so much for checking us out, tuning in. If you haven't already, check out some of the other videos. We got coming up on a little over Thomas Littlepage. Thanks, buddy. 818. I'd like it. I'll take it. 70 likes. Thanks, Brad. I hadn't looked at it. I appreciate you guys so much. War Pigs in the house. That's my buddy Bill, another local guy down here. Me and Bill will be looking to get on the boat here before too long. We fish a lot of the same water, same areas. I love fishing with new people, learning new techniques, new tricks. Sometimes learning new areas. There's a lot of this river. I don't know. There's a lot of river that I fish on a consistent basis that I still find new and exciting things in all the time. Sometimes we blow right by areas and not even think about it. And sometimes we take a moment to slow down and really study the area and scan it properly. Man, you could really find a lot more structure, a lot more cool things to hold and fish. And sometimes them fish will be stacked in place. Today, there's no reason. I have no idea why it does this. We were cruising the bank and it went from like 20 feet. We were coming down river. If you're coming down river, it went from 18 feet to 30 feet, back up to 21 feet. And just a sharp drop. And there were fish all stacked in there. And for no reason. I don't understand why it does that. There's no creek coming in. My computer wants to do a restart. We ain't going to do that. Oh, no. I'm sorry, guys. It just took over there we go. It took over my screen. I couldn't see nothing. What's that? Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it. We're going to keep pushing. And trying to get more new, exciting stuff out there. I've been spending a lot of time working on my boat. It's up and running. Spend a lot of time doing live feeds, doing these feeds. So we did fish today. I won't hold that back. I didn't go live today because I'm fishing a tournament this weekend. And so I didn't want to give away. If we started catching some good fish or we started marking good fish or whatever, I don't know if any of my competitors all even know who I am, first of all, but watch this channel. The odds are maybe not very good. But I didn't want to give away our location and our setup or our gear. I haven't really fished very many tournaments. I fished a few, and they were just for fun. I didn't take them serious. We went out to catch fish and have a good time. The camaraderie and hanging out with a bunch of cat fishermen. I mean, that's just a good time, no matter what was going on. Water temp today, Bill, was 44 degrees. Yeah, current break was on the backside of that hump. It was a dip. You're right. But we couldn't figure out why the dip was even there. There was no indication on the bank whatsoever of a gully or a drop or a creek or nothing. So Ohio Catfish Rocky Fork Tournament. I am planning on being there. I don't know if I'll do any good, but I am planning on being there. I haven't 100% figured out who my partner is because Janice wants to be my partner, but I'm not sure she's up for it or not. Tommy, I'll be there, man. I will be there. Even if I'm by myself, I'll be there. I like Rocky Fork. I've not catfished it very much, to be completely honest. I got a pretty good idea of where they are and where they'll be. And I imagine everyone else does too. So it'll be interesting. Don't know how many folks you got scheduled to show up, but we'll be there. We'll be there. We'll have a good time. It's good to see everybody again and talk catfish and familiar faces. Just like these fishing events, what we got next month. The old Patriot, I can't remember daggone it what he called it. The Patriots tournament down there. A lot of folks going to be down there. That'll be a great place. It'd be like a family reunion. Get together and as he says, hug a neck, shake a hand, and so it's always good. It's always a good time. Then we got May. If I can make Mendota, I'm planning on trying to make it out to Mendota and doing the channel cat thing out there. And then June, we got Fishing for Freedom. So if you guys remember a few weeks back, we had Adam on for Fishing for Freedom. I haven't touched base with Adam lately to see where we're at on boats needed. But if you haven't thought about it or considered it, please go back and check out that show with Fishing for Freedom. Looks like this logo here. And it's supporting veterans, supporting troops. Man, I'm telling you, there's no better way to spend a weekend than that right there. I'm telling you, you'll be changed. You're a changed person after you go. I don't know very many people that have gone and say, I ain't doing that again. I've gone and said, I will do that every year until I'm physically not able to again. And I mean it. That's where I'll be. Carp is great bait on Rocky. That's good to know. Like I said, I haven't catfished much on Rocky. I might get out next week and do a little bit of scouting and checking it out after our tournament this weekend. So we'll have to wait and see how that goes. I want that sticker for my ice bucket. Oh, yeah? Tommy, it's yours. Tommy, it's yours. I've got two of them laying here. So that one's mine. I'm keeping it. And but I'll hook you up. Yeah, I need to get some more stickers. I had to change the board back there. One, it came down. It messed a couple logos up. So that made me mad. Two, I just kind of had to rearrange things. My head was blocking some stuff, so I wanted to get it organized and get it out there. If anybody is interested and has logos that they would like to see up on the board behind me, get it back up. More welcome to send them to me. I'm a little selfish, though, and ask that you send two. So I can stick one on the board and one on the boat. Is that selfish? I don't know. Maybe it is. Yeah, so it came down, so I just threw this stuff up here. That's my go-to stuff in case you guys haven't been here for a while. That's a painting my daughter did for me for my birthday. She's very artistic. She actually wasn't finished with it, not happy with it. She's like, I need to finish. I was like, it's fine. I like it the way it is. And she's got some other, I'll keep on you, Lee. I'll remind you. I'll start bugging you if I have to. Yeah, she's a great artist. And then that's I think it's Shannon Biddle. Yes. Yeah. No, I'm sorry. Jared Biddle. I knew it was Shannon Biddle. Jared Biddle, artist. He posts a lot of stuff on Facebook. That's a drawing that he did. This is actually a reprint of the drawing. You can get his original drawings. You can get man, he's a fantastic artist. Crappie, catfish. I think the two that usually catches my eyes. I'm sure there's more. So, Lou, do you have a website? Yeah, Uncle Lou's got a website. If somebody could stick it up there for him, for Brad, I would appreciate that. And let's see, what else? Melissa says, I need a Muskrat sticker. I've got to get some more ordered. I thought I had some more stashed. I give them away as fast as I get them normally. I love when I've got some in the truck and I run into somebody and we're talking catfishing and they know who I am or they recognize me and we get to talk and we get to fish together and send them home with a decal, and it always makes me feel better. I've seen them on a couple vehicles. It's always cool when you pull up to a light and somebody has your logo on their truck and you're like, hey, that's pretty sweet. 818 subscribers, and we've got some local guys around here that supporting the Muskrat Adventure logo. So that is cool. Ernie Brown said, Ernie Brown, you got the last one in the truck. I found a couple more and put them in my truck. And I gave Eric one the other day when we were out, and I have to look because I thought I stashed a few because I didn't want to give them all away. I had like 5 or 10 that I wanted to hang on to, so I didn't run out. But that may be the stash I'm giving out now. But so I've got to get some more ordered. I usually wait for them to go on sale. I use Sticker Mule is the company I use, and they're kind of expensive. You catch them on sale, but the problem is the size logo. The sticker that I like is I think it's a 3x7, something like that. And normally they're always running specials on a 3x3, and that's a little small. I don't want something real small. So I usually try to wait for them to go on sale, but they have not ran a sale on that size for a long time. But so I may have to just bite the bullet and pay full price for them and get them ordered because they're great decals. They're very well made. Chrissy said, who said Ernie got one? Ernie, I think Chrissy done claimed that one, man. You're going to have to get the next batch. Let's see who we got there. Tom, Tommy, Trevor Long will be at Rocky. Looking forward to meeting some of you. There you go. You will definitely see me down there. Maybe we'll put together a little Facebook thing or a YouTube thing and get all the guys together. I'm not sure what time registration starts and all that. I got to get some details. I don't have any information. Tommy, so if you got information on that, if you hadn't sent it to me already, which you may have, I'll double check myself. If you did already, I'll find it. If you haven't, if you could send it to me, I will. I'll look at the registration. I don't know what the entry fee is or any of that yet, so I gotta get that all figured out. 2 stands. Uncle Lou won the rod on the 1-ton giveaway. Oh man, and he donated to the youngest person in chat. See, Lee Reed, we brag about you and we blow your head up, but it's for good reason. Stuff like that right there. That is outstanding. Thank you so much. I wish I was a little bit younger. Does that song go? I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I'm not going to sing. I'm not Kevin. I can't carry a tune in a bucket, and I won't even try. I think me and Skip drive Zach crazy at times because Skip and I will get in a singing mood, and we pretty much got a song for everything. Zach will say something, and we'll make a song out of it. Or whatever. Southwest Ohio Catfish Club on Facebook. I think entry is $60. Okay. All right. Got you. Chad says yes, $60. Chad, are you coming up to Rocky Fork? That might be a run for you. I don't know. That's Southern Ohio. It might not be that far for you, honestly. Boy, it'd be cool to see you up there. Let's see. It's just who we are. We're all about keeping the youth in the sport and out of trouble. Yeah, yes, sir. No truer words spoken. Kids need it, man. I love seeing kids out there. I'll tell you, it's a shame how few kids you see out playing in the yards anymore. I may have said it in a show, but we had all that snow. And I had traveled probably, 45 minutes, 50 minutes to go out and visit my parents. And And I take a lot of back roads, a lot of country, a lot of big yards. I saw 2 snowmen. There was plenty of houses. There wasn't like there was 3 houses. There was plenty of houses. And when we had all that snow down here in Ohio, I saw 2 snowmen on my entire drive. And I'm like, man, when I was a kid, as soon as that snow was falling, man, we was out there slinging snowballs at each other. We was building snowmen and snow women. It was, that's what we did, man. Kids just want to sit at home on the video game and rot their brain. You know what I mean? Everyone's so, well, I won't get political, but video games is, if they want to censor things, I don't think Dr. Seuss is where we start. I think the video games, it would be an idea. I mean, call me crazy, but so yeah, I'm all for, man, getting these kids out there. I got my nephews and nieces. They like to get out there and share the love. My daughters too. They love to get out and fish. My daughter's actually coming back from Connecticut, home for a while next month. So, of course, last time she was down, you guys saw, we went out. We all had the COVID. The whole house had the COVID, and we was like, well, we all got the COVID anyway. It ain't gonna hurt nothing to go fishing. We're all just gonna be stuck on a boat together. So we went out and didn't feel very good. But when my daughter caught a 37-pound blue that just, man, it looked like a 57-pound blue on her. Yeah, I love that saying right there. Love that saying. But yeah, she was hooked. She's like, I want to catch a big fish. And she called it that day. She said, Dad, can we go fishing? I want to catch a big fish. And of course, I looked like Dad of the Year when I was out there. I said, yeah, sure. Let's go out and catch a 37-pound blue cat. How about that? We both know that get me in the kayak on the Scioto. I won't say I won't do it. I've been in kayaks. I float Paint Creek with a kayak. Matter of fact, the first time I ever got in a kayak, I took a fishing pole. The guys at the drop off are like, oh, you've done this before? I said, no, I've never been in a kayak. I had a fishing rod and a fanny pack. Oh yeah, I rocking the fanny pack, camo fanny pack with some tackle in there. And I said, if I'm going down this river, I'm catching a fish. And I did. I caught fish. Let's see. My son won a rod and reel contest, Taylorsville Lake for youth, and found out my son was 15 and said he was too old. He could buy his own and wouldn't send it. Wow. I'm thinking you mean that they didn't send him the rod. They said he was too old. He could buy his own. I don't know where it is, what it's like down in Kentucky, but you can't get a job at 15. Maybe 15 years old, 9 months, I think is when I started working. I don't even know if you're allowed to do that. So that's kind of crappy. Not crappy, crappy. What are you trying to say? Skip saying they got a better chance of getting. I do have some major balance issues. That's my major concern. My days of kayaking were before my brain surgery or head surgery, whatever you want to call it, was before all my surgeries. So I'm left with some pretty bad balance issues for that. Hooks and hammocks. I just ordered some stickers from Sticker Mule. There you go, man. Sticker Mule has great quality, man. And like I said, they run specials all the time. A lot of their sticker package deals are like $59 to $79, and that's just crazy. It's high. And if you catch them on sale, they're like $20, and which is crazy cheap. But that's how I got to buy things, or I can't afford it. I got my merch coming in. We just got an order in for it. So we got some Muskrat gear on the way. I want to check the quality for everything before I ever let anybody take any, I would hate to launch a Teesprings, or now it's just called Spring. They changed their name from Teespring to just Spring, which is weird, I think. But as soon as we get that in hand, I don't want to turn the site on and somebody buys something and for whatever reason, the quality, the print didn't come out very good, or the image I sent to them, the quality wasn't good enough or whatever. I want to get it in my hands and buy it first before I'll let anybody, if anybody's even wanting any. I've got a couple different designs, a couple different things. So something for everyone. I'm not a very good salesman. Country boy, catfish stuff from Vertigo. Yep. My issues come mostly from bending over, standing up. And, but I also have intermittent complete blackouts that they cannot figure that one out. And so I won't go into that because that's just, I'll build you some training wheels for a kayak. That's what those guys do. Like, down like on the call you tomorrow. I could do that, James. I'll call you tomorrow, buddy. That's what those guys do. They put the little pods out on the ends to keep it from going crazy. I might need something like that. Bill, you're out. Thanks, buddy, for stopping in. We did just go over the hour mark. So we'll probably wrap things up here in just a minute. Like I said, I got up 4 o'clock this morning, went out on the river. I've been looking for big fish, 120 for the last 3 days because the places I want to fish and can't take my boat. Oh, yeah. Katie Dunn went to bed. That's all right. We get a little long-winded at time. Yeah, there you go, Stonefly. Thank you. Outriggers for a kayak. Yeah. Sorry, I think Janice is. But I know how you feel. See, driver, but after my first cancer surgery in 2014, my diving days are over. I'm just glad to be. Yeah. Man, that sounds like Juan. Congratulations. You're still surviving cancer. I don't know where you're at in your journey or your battle, but we're glad to have you still here with us. Glad you joined the catfish community. Now I know how the mics feel when we get in chat and I see Roger. Hey, Roger. And I was like, I already said hi to you 3 times. And they're talking to you. I'm like, oh, okay. Zach Murray's out. He's got to get to bed. He's got to work in the morning. No problem. No social media for. That's all right, Tommy. I got your. I don't know if somebody's trying to get a hold of you. Maybe if we even want them to get a hold of you, I've got your information. You can get a hold of me, maybe if you want. Yeah, and Roger Anderson. I share part of my story, but man, everybody has something going on. Everybody has their struggles and health reasons, personal reasons, family, internal. Everybody's got a struggle. You don't always see it on their face, but you just never know what somebody's going through. And so give them my number. Was that Ernie Brown? It was me, Roger. Okay. I can do that. Oopsie daisy. Well, that is definitely a new name. I have never seen that one in here before. So thanks for tuning in. Thanks for checking us out. Skip, I'll call you after the show. There you go. So, yeah, it's always good to pass some information around, share information. Yeah. Mike Coppin, thanks, brother, for being here. I'm looking forward to seeing those lights in action. And Ricky's Creation just rolled in. What it do, Muskrat? Hey, man, if you guys haven't seen the trophies and the cool creations that Ricky's Creation's been able to put out there, if somebody has his link and can put up for me, man, I'd appreciate it. The artwork that he's done for Mark over at Fishing Magician 2.0. Whoo, it almost slipped me. He's got cool glass emblem logo for Palmetto Cats, and I think he did a rod. Man, my wife was jealous of the rod. You weren't supposed to talk about that rod there the other day. She was talking about it. changing colors and all that stuff. And Janice is like, why can't you get me one of them? They don't make, that's not a normal thing. That's not something I can go to Walmart and buy. But man, he's got some awesome, cool, creative, neat stuff. So hit Ricky's Creations up, check out his stuff. And it is good deal over there. So thanks for stopping in, brother. I saw stonefly. Janice was talking about, I seen that talking about throwing a cast net, and she said that I don't let her. She may come off as a cool, calm, collected person, but let me tell you, she got a short fuse. She throws that cast net and it comes back in a big old ball. She's not happy, and I'm not happy because I got to figure it out. Start her out with a 4-foot maybe. See, do I think that was Eric? Do I think Hoover would be good tomorrow? Probably. I checked it on the way. I checked it on the way home today. The barometric pressure was down to 29.3. And you could tell there was a low pressure system moving in. We still got another warm day or two. I believe we got a cold front moving in on Saturday. But the way I see it, anytime you can go get on the water and go fishing when you can, because it's good for you. I didn't have the energy to do the whole. Man, Richard Jean. My words are just not coming to me very easy tonight. Country boy says you're not helping. Janice just grab his net and start throwing. Hey, wait a minute now. Don't do that. Don't do that. It was Janice. Very nice. Janice caught 2 cats on the first time we took it out. Yeah, hey, knock it off. Hey, Epic Catfish just jumped in. What's up, Tim? Thanks for stopping in. If you came in to see Carl, he was not able to make it tonight, man. He had something come up on his end. He was not happy about it, but he had to cancel tonight. But we will get him rescheduled back in the show as soon as our schedules will align. He is a busy fella, so can't blame him there. Things happen. So, but here we are. We've been hanging out and talking for over an hour, and I don't remember what all we've discussed. We've kind of gone through. Lee Evans says barometer is 29.94 here right now. All right. We were 30.2 or 3 today. So barometer's coming down a little bit. So that's always a good sign. But as far as getting out on Hoover, man, they said, hey, don't drag baits. It's only whatever it was. Oh, it was 30. Was it 44 or 38 degrees? Can you guys help me remember? Last week? But yeah, there was nobody wanted to drag baits yet. You know, it was kind of a like taboo thing. You know, it's like, man, there's only 38 or 40 degrees out here and you're dragging baits. And I think you might be talking to Roger Anderson. Yeah, that's right, Skip. I thought it was 38 degrees. 38 degrees. All right, so here's how my mind works, and it might not be right, but this is kind of how I think. So if the fish are being slow lethargic, which I don't really think blue cats are really that slow and lethargic, but 38-degree water, they're not moving a whole lot. They're not, they weren't real active. We weren't marking them crazy. But if they're not wanting to move a whole lot, wouldn't the best thing be to drag the bait right in their face where they just got to suck it in and suck it down? I mean, to me, that kind of feels like the right thing to do, just like bumping right now. People are like, man, it's not warm enough to bump. If the fish are hanging in them holes right there, why wouldn't putting the bait right in their face be the thing to do? I don't know. We talk about, well, Tim's in here now. Tim's talked about strike zones and detection zones and everything else. If the bait's not in his strike zone and he ain't moving, and all of a sudden you bounce a bait or drag a bait past his face, and all of a sudden it becomes in his strike zone, boom, fish on. And that's exactly what happened. We were 38 degrees and we were anchored up. We marked fish. We were sitting perfect. I mean, we were on a flat that dropped off into a deep channel, marked fish on the flat, marked fish in the channel, anchored up. Nothing, not a bite, nothing. And we just, is it Tim's birthday? Is it Tim's? Hey, so is it your birthday today, or are they ever celebrating? Because I didn't see anything. Of course, you're not on Facebook, I don't believe, so I wouldn't have seen anything. But yeah, Eric was down there with us, 38 degrees, and there was still ice in some parts of the lake. On the end that we were on. But to me, we sat there and we didn't get a bite, and we was like, hey, you know what? Let's go up in the shallows and take a look and see if, fish are up in shallow water. We marked them on this shallow flat, but we're not getting bit. Let's go check them out. We marked some fish. We said, hey, let's just drag right through these fish and see what happens. Boom, we got hooked up. And they wasn't fire, but we caught some fish. I don't remember. I think we caught around 4 or 5 blue cats, but at the rate we were going home with 0. So so we decided to start dragging, and paid off. Like I was saying, it's like taboo. You be dragging at 38 degrees. Yeah. I mean, I went really slow, but yeah, I'm going to take it right to him. Somebody just said, oh yeah, bumping walleyes at 38 degrees. And, blue cats, especially, and channel cats, they're pretty active in the cold water. So I didn't see a problem with it. Catfishing Chaos link. I do not have that link. I think he just created it like today. Today. So I don't have his link yet. Roger's dropping some great knowledge. I don't know about that. I'm dropping my opinion. I'm dropping my experiences. So it's just the way I think. I think, and I'll be honest with you, you've got me thinking more along the lines of habit. What makes logical sense? For instance, our water has been dropping here on the Ohio River at a pretty steady rate all week. It came down at least a foot and a half today, just in the 8 hours we was out on the water. Dropped a foot and a half. It's come down about a foot to 2 feet every day for the last 4 or 5 days. And to me, the catfish's instinct is going to be when the water's dropping at a rapid rate, get to deeper water. The water's going out. The water's dropping. And I believe that should have pushed fish into deeper pockets, deeper holes. And to me, that's what their instinct would have been. Now, we did mark some fish, but we didn't mark the fish like I thought I would in the deeper pockets. Maybe at the rate it's dropping now, that alarm or that sense of urgency has passed. We've missed that opportunity. But, it's kind of how I rationalize things now is that what's their instinct? It's like I think you were, a matter of fact, I know you said, catfish don't have a yesterday and they don't have a tomorrow. They have right now. They're born with everything that they're ever going to know right then. They don't learn and retain knowledge. They don't have that ability. All they know is instinct. Hey, Maurice Cason's in the house. Maurice, thanks for stopping in, buddy. We're still talking catfish. We're still hanging out. We can do this all night, especially if Tim comes on. Tim, you give me a thumbs up and I'll drop a link in here and we can get this party. We really get this party started. But then, these are the things that go through my mind and how I think. I don't, sounds like Tim's saying I'm on the right track. So that's always good to know. Because Tim's got, he's got a ton of experience. Tim, we got to get you on the show. Got to make it happen. I've actually been meaning to call you and, get you talked into coming in on the show, I would love nothing more than a Flathead 101 session, man. Just flatheads. We caught 2 flatheads today, first 2 flatheads of the year. They weren't big fish, but I'm telling you, I don't care if it's a pound, 5 pounds. When I catch a flathead, that's a good fish. I just love catching them. We did catch 2, 3 on a deeper ledge. Yeah. Consistently today, the fish were on ledges. So we have the swing rods that we talk about. We cast out normally with a lighter weight and kind of bounds its way down until it comes up against the ledge. We like to anchor up on the shallow end, throw out in the deeper end, and let the current sweep that around until it, falls up against the bottom of the ledge. And so that's on a consistently today. That's where the blues was coming from, was the ledge, obviously, and then the flatheads, they came off the shallower water, and it was a gradual dropping shallow water. So they had a lot of warm water ahead of them. We probably, I don't know, skipped, I think it was like 15, 20 yards off the bank at best. And it was, like I said, a gradual fall. And so we got lucky there, picked up a couple little flatheads, and one of my best techniques, the swing rod. I don't know what to really call it. We call it swing rod. We just cast, depending on where we're setting, but there's going to be a couple rods thrown out towards the channel or towards the ledge, and allow it to swing back and shut down, and hopefully put itself right in prime location. And a lot of fish come on that swing rod. We're always going to have whoever's got the channel side, they're throwing swing rods. And if we're in a situation where there's opportunities on both sides of the boat, we're both chucking swing rods out. So fishing was poor. Hey, Tom, Papa T, thanks for stopping in. Fishing poor. Barometer is high. Moon phase was good. I don't go by moon phase, but that is a good excuse to get out. I go fishing when I can. I take a look at all the factors. I do take a look at barometer. I take a look at, cold fronts and all that stuff. And it almost never stops me from fishing. But it does help build confidence and help kind of prepare or, come up with a game plan. Come up with a game plan of how we're going to attack the fish today, where we think we're going to find the fish today, and all that. So I do pay attention to it. The thing that I've started to do this year and more recently is pay attention to it. Not so much when I do bad, because when we do bad, it's easy just to blame things. Right now, I've done the same thing. The moon, we had a full moon, and the barometer was sky high, and it was bluebird skies and everything else. We'll get back to that. But it's more important to pay attention to those things when you do well, in my opinion. In my opinion, if you could put together a series of commonalities, is that a word? If you could put together some common statistics when you're out on the water, then I think you have something to build on, and you build your confidence. And I know you've heard me say it, several other people say it. Confidence is part of the game. If you don't have confidence in what you're doing, you don't have confidence in your bait, the rod you just cast out. If you can't imagine a big fish taking that bait or taking that rod, bring it in and do something else, because we're fishing for the biggest fish in the water every time we go. Every time we go, we are hunting for the biggest fish in the river. We don't get the biggest fish in the river every time, but sometimes we get the biggest fish near around. And our waters, a big fish is hard to do. Skip was with me today, and it's as gut-wrenching as it is. We were set up on fish. We were getting bites, and a commercial fisherman, we were fishing on the Kentucky side of the Ohio River today, part of it. Commercial fisherman came in 100 yards up river from us and spread out 100 foot, at least 100 foot. I don't know if it can go 100 yards, but at least 100-foot long gill net across the bank, directly across in front of us, like a wall. There was no fish coming down to us anywhere from that bank out at least 100 feet and making it to us without going through that gill net. And talk about confidence. I was like, man, now we were still getting bites. There's fish coming upriver to us, but man, these commercial guys, it's a bad deal over there at on the Kentucky side, man. Wild West. Nothing against Kentucky. Nothing against the Kentucky fishermen, Kentucky guys, but Kentucky's laws, man. And we couldn't, you can't get mad, can't say anything. By law and legally, they're making a paycheck. They're doing what they got to do to catch fish and make a paycheck. That's what they have decided to do, and it is legal for them to do so. It just really, right there, that'll really burst your confidence and burst the confidence bubble. There you go. So we didn't stick around long. We got out of there. We went on down river and found some other spots. But Uncle Lou, people taking my idea already. Uh-oh, Stan, what we got going on, man? Tim, if you didn't see it, happy birthday. Happy birthday from me and Janice. I think she said it too, but happy birthday, brother. Hope you're doing well. Celebrating. Sounds like you had some family in. Time with the family is very precious. So take it when you can get it. Tomorrow is never promised, and you won't always find family in the blood formation. I've got plenty of brothers and sisters that aren't blood that I feel very close to. Skip and Zach are two brothers to me. We spend a lot of time on the water. We spend a lot of time talking during the week. They're just as good as blood to me. And I've got a lot of other people and friends that I feel that way about. And so in my opinion, I've got family, and then I've got family, family that chooses to be in your life, not because they're blood to you or have to be there. Just need to find a good planer board. I think we already turned you on to that, at least in my opinion. I'll be honest. I'll be completely transparent. I am a clearboard fan, have been. Problem with clearboard is they're plastic, and both of mine broke. And the reason I like them is they plane out fast and they ride high on the water. They can hold a lot of bait. Uncle Lou's boards plane out fast and they ride high on the water. And so I don't know that I'll go back to a clear board knowing that that plastic breaks. It's not, and I'm hard on equipment. I've had them for a couple years, but I want stuff to last a year or two. You know what I mean? I want stuff to last longer than that. So Uncle Lou's boards are going to be riding a shotgun on the Muskrat from now on. Right there is great information right there. That is very smart. Keep a logbook on everything I hunt and fish. It pays big dividends. I am not trained myself to do that just yet. I've taken notes and I've written stuff down, but the actual starter log, if I would have done that years ago, man, it's hard to tell, what kind of fisherman I could be today if I had written down and taken notes and paid attention to everything, the details long ago. They go from Kentucky water to the Pay Lakes. Yes, sir, Tommy, you were right about that. You're right about that. I see what John Boy has to say. All you real catfishermen need to go together and get Kentucky Wildlife and tell them quit taking all the fish out of your rivers to the Pay Lakes. The only way we could do that, bud, is if we make catfish a game fish. Most states' laws and regulations refer to game fish, and until we can get catfish listed as a game fish, we don't stand a chance against corporate money. These Pay Lakes, they're paying taxes on that, right? That's big money for them. They're going to get us dedicated fishermen. They're going to get our license sales, and they're going to get revenue off of us regardless. But if they shut down all those pay lakes, that's money out of their pocket. It really is. Do I believe that's the entire picture? No, I know that's not it. But do I think it's a factor? Oh yeah, money's always a factor. Let's see, is that Bill Arnold? Spread and planer boards. I had spread and planer boards out that day because I only took one set of Uncle Lou's boards with me. I didn't think we were going to drag at all. Like I said in the beginning, we set up to anchor. That's what we thought we were going to do today. But in the back of my mind, I thought, man, what if we could drag a little bit? So I grabbed a set of boards last minute running out the door. But I had a set of spread and planer boards on the boat that's been on the boat for about a year. And we decided to drag, and we had 6 people in the boat, so we put 6 rods out. So I ran 4 planer boards. And to me, the spread and planer boards ride very low in the water and did not plane out as quickly or as far as the Uncle Lou's did, and as far as I would expected the clear boards to. And that's not bashing, spread and planer boards. That was my personal experience. I was going 0.3 miles an hour, and maybe, where you're at, that not even close to what you experience. But so it may not be. But in my exact experience with me, Skip, and Eric in the boat, that's what we saw. We had to use the spread and planer boards on the inside boards because they wouldn't go out as far as the Uncle Lou's. And the Uncle Lou's boards were the ones we put farthest out because at 0.3, they would plane out as far as we would let the line go. So, like I said, I don't want to continue to make it an Uncle Lou's broadcast show. But, I just saw that on there, and I like spread and planer boards. I had them on the boat. Man, they are a tough board. They have a welded arm on them. There's no screws and moving parts. There's no, arm to stick out. It is a welded L-shaped bracket that is welded to the aluminum on that board. It is a very tough board. I won a set, I think, last year on Facebook. And so, yeah, send it to me. I'll try it out. And but that was just our personal experience. Nothing to, not trying to bash anybody or not get anything started. But Uncle Lou, you have a website or just Facebook? You don't do Facebook. Whoop. Oh, that was Mr. Gadget. Uncle Lou. Yeah, I think it's just on Facebook. In Maryland, they're recommending to kill blue cats and flatheads. Now, I've heard that. I've heard that up there, they're considered an invasive species because they're not natural to the water, which I don't know how that could be true. If they're there, how did they get there? I don't know. Game on. I knew you wouldn't be able to sit there too long. So I have heard that some of the commercial fishermen have been going up there, and that is where they're getting their fish from. And if that's the case, great. If they want rid of the fish and the fisheries down here want the fish, then that's a win-win. Get out of my river. Can I show them again? If you're talking about the planer board, I can. So this is the planer board here. I don't know if this extra little piece sticking out is what helps it grab water and plane quickly. I don't know enough about aerodynamics and water trajectory and all that stuff. But I know that it does plane out and work fast. Like I said, the way this board works is your main line clips on back here, and it goes through a swivel, or it goes through a clip. You guys can see the clip there. So this will never come off your line. Now, unless you break your line, you get snagged and break it, it's going to float. So you got to go back and get it. But and this here clips on your line. So you get a clip that will clip on the line, and you squeeze this apart and put it in there. and it pinches on the line. And so when the fish takes off with it, normally this will pop free unless you choose to. There's a little nipple in there. You could put the line behind it, and it doesn't allow it to come off. Yeah, we don't want to get a debate on boards. Okay, yeah. Hey, looky here, birthday boy in the house. What's up, buddy?
50 jeepers. Yesterday I was 25.
Huh? Yesterday you was 25?
I said it seems like today I was 25.
So do you want to tell everybody how old you are today?
52.
Or did you already? How many?
Yep. 52.
How many? 52.
52.
That means nothing.
Yep. Is my connection terrible? Am I?
You're a little choppy, but your audio seems to be coming through okay.
All right, let me go to a different room because sometimes I can get a little better reception upstairs.
Okay, that's no problem.
In the catfish dungeon right now.
That sounds like a cool place to be.
Yeah, it's got all kinds of fish and fish tanks, and it's basically the basement that it's got catfish stuff all over, fishing stuff all over the place.
Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, see, Roger Anderson says you're a young man.
Yeah. Maybe that's going to be better. We'll have to find a way to plug my phone in, though.
Yeah, we had that issue last time. We got to talking. The phone died on us.
Yeah. There we go.
There you go.
Let me get some way to plug this phone in. Hold on.
Go right ahead, buddy. We're not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere. Tom Harris, a.k.a. Papa T, says 52 is young. I'm 73. 73. I'm 43, so I got a ways to go. Fishing with Big Mike. I got a 65 today. I'm going to assume he's not talking about age. He's talking about a fish. 65 is a tank. That is a great fish. There you go, 65-pounder. Outstanding, Mike. You want to share with us a little bit?
Fish.
Huh?
I saw the picture of Mike's 65, and it's a beast.
That is a beast. I would love to catch a 65, man. That'd be awesome. I'm way behind today on any social media. I've been on the river all day, so I don't pick up my phone too often on the river. I'm in the zone.
Well, that's a good place to be, river.
Yeah, we struggled a little bit today. They're not quite where I thought they would be. We did a lot of scanning today, trying to locate fish, and we located some here and there, man. We got a lot of light bites today. Downsized the bait, put the rods in a different position. Had a flathead that sucked the bait in. He probably was on there 5-10 minutes. I kept seeing, just this little tiny stuff going on, and turned out he had it down his throat. He was getting poked every time he pulled on it, so he quit. So I laid the rod down and gave him some slack, and then he decided he thought he was free, and then the rod bent down.
Yeah. Sean and I went to our monster waters this last week. We marked plenty of fish. Marked them in Acton. We marked them off of drops. We marked them off of direct drops. From like 55 foot of water. We marked them on ledges. We marked them in holes. We put the bait in their face, and we only got all day. We only got 20 bites and caught one fish, and that's what March is all about. That's the thing. And I got excited because I was hearing about people catching a fish or two, a couple of big ones here or there, and I used to try to fish March. And it's such an investment for me because I'm so far away. It's a 5-hour drive. You got to stay in a hotel or sleep in the truck or whatever. And since I started doing YouTube, I got a little bit fired up about, going a little bit too early once again, and reminded myself, well, I don't usually do that thing in March because it's fickle. It's 3 to 4 cycle and then a short bite window, 3 to 4 day cycle, sometimes 2 days. You just got to be there at the right place at the right time. And if you're a weekend fisherman, man, that's like playing that wheel.
Yeah, it's roulette for sure. Yeah, it's tough. A lot of guys can only fish, 1 day a week or half a day at that. And it's hard to you can't pattern a fish and truly understand and get on them and put anything together in a day or half a day.
Yeah, and that's difficult enough in the summer, let alone the winter, when the feeding activity level of the fish determines that they're only feeding 5% of the total time that, you get a big fish that feeds 1 time a week, 2 times a week, maybe, even those big 65s, when you're talking 42, 43 degree water temperature, it's a whole different ball game once you get into the 50s and 60s though.
Here's a question for you. Do you think that blues will eat the bait away from blues?
Flatheads. You think that
flatheads.
blues will take it away from flatheads?
Yeah.
I think if you put catfish of any sort of rare portions, they're going to act like a lot of different animals to where they will fight over food. I mean, smallmouth will try to eat the same bait or the same lure. I mean, we've all seen that with our eyes. The problem with catfish is we have to interpret what's going on because they don't like come to the surface to, take one bait away. And I think that they possibly could. I haven't seen it as much in like aquariums or even in my bait tank, but I think it's highly possible because, you've got, species of fish, and if they're coinciding in habitat, of course there's going to be some pretty major competition. I mean, I think it's possible. I think it's highly probable all the time, but I'm sure it's happened.
I just noticed that chat came to a screeching halt.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, that's what happens when you talk. Everyone stops talking and listens because it's this is stuff we want to know. This is information that we all find valuable and that we put back in the back of the bank and that store it.
Well, I just want to say one thing. I was listening to you earlier, Roger, and you are not only in the right track, but you are conceptualizing the true nature of catfish, and being able to apply that to your waters keeps all of us catfishermen from running amok. If you get, we take our ideas that we have don't fit the nature of the catfish, and then we are able to stay on track if we don't go too far out of that natural, situation where flatheads and blues are doing what they're programmed to do. And you said that perfectly.
I appreciate that. I tell people that, it's my thought process. It may not be right, but this is how I think sometimes. And
I say the same thing, and I end up having to, tell the backstory and all that. And it gets kind of convoluted and kind of a long story. And sometimes I end up going down different tracks, but, usually on the thing I think about as far as targeting big fish, like you said, I'm trying to catch the biggest fish in the river. I'm not necessarily trying to go catch numbers. If I do try to go catch numbers, I have to think about it differently. I tailor my entire program away from targeting just those to placate to a numbers game, which means smaller baits, smaller weights, move more, fish those intermediate areas, not those super deep ledges, not those super drops. I'm going to target probably half the depth if I'm going to try to target numbers. And, you know, and making and that's one of the biggest problems with talking about catfish. You first have to identify what your intentions are so that you can tailor your fishing program or your patterns for the success you want to come out with. And just talking generically about catfish, you know, it's hard to keep, because everybody wants something different out of catfishing. And if they ask a question, I kind of have to ask more questions before I answer the question. So, I mean, I just thought you, in your presentation you were talking about 15 minutes ago, I thought you laid it out great. You described the situation and you proved it by your experience. And then you said, hey, this is my opinion. This is what I want to do. And you know how I've been in catfishing a long time. And just in the last few years, I noticed that more people able to communicate that. Whereas in years past, that was something really didn't talk about too much. They just said to do if you want to catch big fish. And I do this, or you need to do that, and blah, blah, and it matter. I mean, throw chicken legs, or, you know, big slip bobbers, or, you know, fish the slow water. I mean, that's what it used to be like, and I'm really pleased to see it the other now.
Another question here from Catfish Chaos. He's actually local here, so he's talking about a small river, I believe. So the water he fishes is mostly wood and concrete. So targeting big flatheads, he's asking which one should he target? Which one's more likely to hold the big fish?
Both, believe that or not. I mean, if you've got chunk concrete with the right current on it, and see, this is the thing too. Usually there's not concrete in a river he puts it in unless it had faster current. So they put the concrete in there to hold the bank together, and usually means it's on an outside bend, or, you know, basically where a riffle comes, or whenever it's just a place that's really hard on the, you know, the dirt, or the water comes up. So I find flat on both things, wood and concrete, or it just has to have the right current, and that's something that's very difficult to explain in a chat. You know, it's not slow current. It's definitely not dead current, but it's not blue cat like super fast current either. You have a situation where on top it's really fast, and on bottom, because of the way everything's, you know, the big concrete riprap and stuff like that slows it down. So you've got what I would like to call a river on top of a river. So you may throw into fast current, and then it sinks. By the time it gets to the bottom, it just nicely lets up. It's an art, not really a science, because I mean, even magazines, they choose not to write about current because it's such a zen thing. It's, you have to have experience to know what kind of flathead current is going to hold big flatheads, or what kind of current's going to hold small flatheads.
Yeah, I actually talked to
hours.
I talked to Eric last week. We actually went fishing together for the first time. And a strategy that he uses for flatheads, he says he will have a rig with a big sinker on the bottom, and he'll anchor right over top of structure, or tie to this big log jam. And he said he will drop that down there and let that bang off of he said he will bang on the log, just kind of knock it until somebody comes and checks it out. And he's like, you know, hang on. And I never heard of that, and he says this works time and time again.
Now, I'm not a big proponent of the odd things, because I do that very same thing. I will drive my boat right up on top of a log jam, and then I'll fish straight down into it. I don't have to tap on logs. So let's just say most of the time when I do that, I'm going to be pretty darn successful, because I'm getting it close. I've already figured out if they're out away from it. By the time I start going on top of these, just driving the boat right up on it and then fishing straight down, I know that the flatheads are right to cover. So my bet is it's a hedged bet. So that by the time I start doing that, I could say that if I put my hat on first and then I drop it down, that's what's causing it. Okay. Or if I'm holding my tongue right, or let's say I'm using a clonk, one of those clonks, I could go in there and
Right.
clonk, clonk, clonk and say, man, it's the clonk. I don't think it has anything to do with that, because I have done certain things with clonks. I've done certain things with rattles. I've done certain things with different styles of bait and whatever. The real story of that is, if you're putting bait close enough to their face of some sort of bait, whether it be scent, whether it be vibration, whether it be whatever, they can detect that. If you're putting it in that strike zone, detection zone, where they'll actually come out, or if you're putting it close enough to their face and they're willing to bite, it doesn't matter what we do. It doesn't matter if, you know, we rub our stomach and do this, or do the flathead dance before that's what it is.
I got a good flathead dance.
Yeah, and you know, and I've heard, and it, but you know what, with it, I'm not saying that he's wrong. I'm saying that I don't feel that it is a part of the equation. But if it gives you confidence, by all means, do it. It doesn't matter if you love to eat cotton candy before you put your flathead down and you go, man, that really does it for me. Or if you feel more confident, you're going to clonk, or you're good, or all this other stuff, or you're going to be as silent as you can, and you're going to drop the anchor in real nice. People would think that I was a caveman when I go fishing, because I'll go up above a piece of wood cover and set and throw a 20-pound in, and it'll splash like a bowling ball. I'll run back, start getting all my stuff before the boats even stop. I have the right current and I don't have to mess with it. So, you know, I've thrown the anchor, made a whole bunch of noise there. I put them in the rod holders, and I catch fish. And I also know this: when I have flatheads out in my tank out in the garage, there's almost nothing you can do to make them. You can kick; they might do a little this, but they don't just like take off like channel cats do. I mean, channel cats will see you and they'll turn away from you. Flatheads don't. I brooms handle and poke at them, and all they end up doing is biting at it. It's great. You know,
I remember you saying that.
Guys that
I remember you saying that the flathead is the most, I guess, most stubborn to move, whether it's rising water, falling water, noise, or anything. They're most likely to hold their ground for longest.
And one thing about a flat is that they are probably the most primitive one we have, as far as not dumb, but their whole biological behavior is very ancient. Okay, they really have evolved certain things that the channel cats and blues have not. They take this niche, and we can tell by their anatomy what they're like before we even watch them in behavior, because their barbels are the shortest. They don't use them very much. They're not very prehensile. If you've ever noticed, they'll stick out and then they'll like sort of whatever. But you don't ever see a flathead go up to something and then have that barbel come out to the side of their mouth and check something out like you will a channel cat or a blue. Almost never. Their whole thing is, if they're big, their strike zone can be up to a foot or more. They don't even have to get that close. They'll just pop their mouth open hard, and that whole thing will wash in there. They don't literally come up and like bite stuff. You know, channel cats will come up and bite. Blues bite. Blues, they exhibit almost that same thing. They don't need to be that close. They just need to know where it is. So here's the mouth, and here's this mouse. Here's the bait, and they can be like this far, and they'll just poof, suck it in. The whole thing just washes in there. They don't have to grab on, don't have to grit onto it. They don't have to do any of that stuff. But let's get back to the flatheads and why I think they are the way they are. And I've said this before in chats. They're very stealthy. They have the thickest slime coat. A flathead slime coat is actually 3 times thicker than a channel cat slime coat, measured by millimeters. we actually did that in college, where we said, okay, the average viscosity and thickness of a flathead, because we were actually taking a look at the theory of flatheads as being a fish that actually fights so much more, and we were actually looking at the immune system. And one of the big things on a catfish in their immune system is their slime coat. So we would actually have flatheads in tanks that would heal 3 times faster than a channel cat or a blue. It is pretty crazy, and it's all you. I'm sure you've seen the shows where they talk about how it has a really, really good immune system.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so flatheads do, because they are meant for war. So they have this P City. Any of these creatures that are meant for like altercations have these really highly developed senses of that their immune systems are huge. Vultures, sharks, alligators, floods, all those creatures have these highly developed immune systems. And once you highly developed immune system, that means that you can afford to not be afraid. So you don't have to take crap from a fish that's trying to encroach on you. You can fight it out. And so the propensity for a flathead to be pressured out of his situation, out of his where he wants to be, isn't really there. It's fight, and that's it. So that's why I don't worry about noise. Channel cats are scared of everything. And if you've ever seen them in shallow water, they've got storks trying to eat them. They got eagles trying to eat them. They got raccoons. Everything's trying to eat a channel cat. They just fly. They go from like real shallow, clear water, and if they see a shadow go over it, they're scattering. But flatheads don't seem to do that. Well, thanks for all the birthday wishes, guys.
We're family, man. Catfish family.
Yeah. I got some.
Yeah, I did not know about the slime coat. I mean, I knew it was a little bit thicker, but I didn't realize it was 3 times thicker, and that was why.
Next flathead you look at, you can stare into it. If you look at it in the light, just look and peer into from the sheen on top. And we did scrapings of it. So we did millimeter scrapings. And you basically weigh it, and it's not only thicker by 3 times, it's also heavier than blue cats and channel cats. It's pretty amazing stuff. Yeah.
Well, Betty Cross tuned in. She said she can't sleep. She's here now.
So good.
So today we were trying to figure out. So we caught some flatheads today, right? My water temperature was 44 degrees, and towards the bank, obviously it's going to be a little bit warmer. The areas that we caught the flatheads on was a shallow flat. It was a very gradual, drop into the water. So,
okay,
that 2-3 foot of water right there is probably a lot warmer, but 44 degrees is, not ideal temperatures to be getting flathead activity. So, is it more along the green growing days like we've talked before, or is this just, they're slow, they're starting to move a little bit. They're finding the warmer water, because that's the only way they can warm up is to get to the warmer water. And the fish we caught today were small. And so I kind of wondered, like, are flatheads kind of like deer? The young bucks get out there and get running around first, and then the bigger fish kind of move in afterwards.
That's my guess, but I don't have any actual evidence to that at all. Normally, I do have evidence. That is a very fair answer. I've never had any flatheads in my tanks eat under 39 degrees, but there was a very rare circumstance of them eating the 30s and the low 50s. They didn't eat much, but every once in a while you'd have one that would eat one bait in like a month. So it's highly possible that you put the bait close enough that they basically, it's highly possible situation where the water temperature had degrees and kind of woke them up a little bit. But other than that, most of them, even in 45-degree water, I've had live baits swim all over their lips and they don't really care for weeks. So I mean, it's possible you were on a situation where you might have had literally hundreds of flatheads underneath you. That's the thing that a guy has to assume. He has to assume that, hey, we know the tableau, especially with the other the eyeballs of bait fish have anything to do with the catfish thing. Oh, that question, that's a great question, and I have a theory about that too, but we'll get that to that. So I
wanted to ask a question too.
Yeah. So let's just say we've got let's just say you're fishing or dragging or doing whatever. It's pretty much against logical biological behavior for flatheads to chase anything, even in the summer. They don't normally chase anything. So if you're dragging a bait, albeit slow, say 0.3 mile, you end up, basically dragging one in front of his face. He still has to eat that thing. So it's a snap reaction. And sometimes you can get, have you ever caught flatheads on a plastic jig?
Yep.
Yeah. You ever caught them on a swim bait? I mean, people catch them on swim baits. They catch them on all kinds of stupid stuff. But that is an unlikely proposition unless the odds increase in your roulette game when you have 6 to 7 to 8 baits and you may have 50 flatheads. And that's one thing I know about 40, 45, 44 degrees is that you can get in these, and I call them basin holes on the Mississippi because that's what they like. Now, Ohio, where it's considerably slower than the Mississippi, you may have them in that very situation that you described. It's not necessarily the deep ledge. It's just that kind of mid zone, and it's always good current. And soon, you've got warm water sweeping off the bank, warming them fairly fast, which that is one thing that you can actually get flatheads to not act completely dormant if you do quickly warm the water. Start to it's almost like a waking up out of a trance. So it's pretty cool. So do the eyeballs of bait fish have anything to do with the catfish seeing them? Absolutely they do, because certain bait fish have what is called the ampullae of Lorenzini, and that is the light gathering apparatus in their eyes, like a walleye, like a deer, anything that's got great night vision has that. And it's always been a sort of a theory of mine, backed by a lot of anecdotal evidence. So when you're throwing shad heads on 3 rods and you're throwing shad bodies on the other, and you're really only getting flatheads to the shad heads, not just one time, but day after day after day after day, it can't be anything to do with smell, because the head of a shad is going to smell pretty much exactly like a body of a shad. But if you're 9 to 1 heads versus, or even 8 to 2 versus heads versus bodies, you have to that there is a probability there, and it's not a probability of luck. It's not a gamble luck. It's a natural thing. It has to be. There's no way around it, especially if it happens year after year after year after year, which I am perfect case of that.
Yeah.
Now, I have not noticed that as much on smaller rivers. Matter of fact, I do believe that smaller rivers, they're more apt to eat live bait and less apt to eat a bunch of cut bait. I go to the bigger rivers and they're not more apt to eat cut and live bait, except for certain circumstances, and I call those events. So an event is going to trigger this weird thing to where flatheads, for a week have been eating live baits, and all of a sudden they're eating and spitting your live baits. You're not really after it. And you throw cut bait in there, and they'll actually take those, and you can hook. It has a lot of water clarity. It has and water temperature.
So is it better to hook them through the jaw and nostril then, not to disturb the eye?
I do it both ways. I don't really like to poke through the eye. I like to go through the very front
socket.
So that, just that socket. And I don't like to go through the nostril with a large hook and a fairly small head. Now if I'm, fishing with a big giant shad head, I go through the nostril, but I don't really love it. And believe it or not, I'm using, pieces of cut bait only this big, and I'm taking my circle hook all the way through it and all the way down to the bottom of it, because flatheads can short bite a little bitty piece of cut bait. It drives me crazy. One day they're eating the whole thing. The next day it's an obvious flathead. It goes boom, like this, and it goes down, pumps down. You lift the rod up just like normal, and you get your bait back. You didn't fish. You get your bait back, and the teeth pads are underneath the hook. Why they can do that, I don't know exactly. I have my ideas, but there's no real proof of it. It's just they can just do it, and it might last all day. It might last all week, especially in the cooler period. But they'll do it in the hot one for some reason, and it doesn't matter where you put that. A lot of people say, okay, why don't you use a stinger hook or a double hook rig? Doesn't seem to matter, because if that double hook isn't like one down here and one up here, they just always, if you hook them in the forehead, they bite the tail. You hook them in the tail, they bite the head. It just, whatever's downstream the most. And then you got that hook, it complicates everything. So I've just chalked it up to, sometimes you have to hit them right away. Like I see that, that first like this, because they didn't bite it. They spit it and grab. Seen it with my eyes many, many times. It's one of the most amazing things ever. And
so isn't it natural for them though to hit the bait head first?
Hope that everybody in chat at some time or another downstream first. Remember, they're not eyeballing them. They will swallow them tail first. They'll get them in their mouth and turn them. That's what their grinders are for. So really, a flathead, a lot of times spends a whole lot of time with that bait clamped in its mouth, in its big cavernous mouth. Of course, it's going to be able to move that thing around, and those grinders, and everybody's seen the grinders in the mouth. There's a pair on top and a pair on bottom. It goes this way and one goes the other way. It keeps working that bait down. And believe it or not, we do get flatheads that swallow baits fairly quickly, but we've also got flatheads that, they'll have it for 5 minutes and they haven't swallowed it yet.
Yeah, I've got a big aquarium in the house.
What's that?
So I've seen catfish in my tank here at home. They'll spit it out, suck it back in, spit it out, suck it back in, 10 times sometimes before they get it the way they want it.
Yep. Or their just activity level is, you'd call it fun, whether playing with their food, whether they're doing whatever, but they certainly do it.
Yeah,
it's one of those baffling things when you, and I was going to say this before, I hope everybody in chat at some point has the opportunity to have a 2 to 5 pounds, or even 9 or 10 in their tank, and get to see these things work. Okay, what's kind of incredible about a flathead, he'll be flat on the bottom like this, and you put a bait in there, and they'll turn fully sideways sometimes and pop that thing in their mouth and then lay back down. It's one of the craziest things in the world. They don't have to do it. I don't know why they're doing it.
Huh.
No idea.
Yeah, P City, Smitty, he said that's why they're so much fun. They're challenging. They are. It's a treat, man. I love catching flathead. Like I said, today we caught 2 and they weren't big. The one I caught, today was on a shad body section. But he was 5-7 pounds, and the other one was even smaller than that. But they're challenging. So they're fun to catch.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a great point right there, Stan. And so one of the things that I do, and I'm not sure, Stan, I'm not sure you guys do it from the bank. You probably do it from the boat, but a lot of times I'll take my bait and I'll hang it over the side of the boat if I'm not 100% sure if that's going to turn into a helicopter out down in the bottom of the river, and I'll hang it over the side of the boat and kind of monitor the movement to make sure it's looks natural. And so that's a great tip, Stan. Are you moving around? We're losing you. Looks like Tim's moving around the house there. We can kind of hear him, but we can't. We froze up on it. Do spins help? I would think it would cause more vibration. In my opinion, and this is just my opinion again. Yeah, spinning bait is, I think maybe a slow, wobble every now and then or something might not be too bad, but a spinning bait is not natural in the water, in my opinion. I feel that the fish would. Yep, that sounds pretty good.
Okay. No, I agree with that, Roger. I don't like a spinning bait.
Yeah.
When I for it to get all tangled up and all this stuff, I don't love a spinning bait. You can catch a catfish on pretty much anything, but it's going to be a tried and true thing, to have a spinning bait or rattles on stuff or whatever. And I've seen some evidence that say that rattles do help, but I don't know yet exactly where to quantify that.
Stan 3 is out on the water right now. He's been out there. Man, that dude fishes hard. Those guys fish the James. They hit it hard out there. I can't wait to get out there and join them.
Yep.
I'm not sure how many fish. I'm not sure how many fish Stan's got tonight, or what is. I know last night he had some great fish on the board. He's up to 13, upgraded 2 fish. He's in a slot tournament. They're trying to get 5 closest fish to 32 inches without going over.
Yeah.
So that's cool. That's a cool tournament. It's neat that you guys are doing that. I love the idea of it. Kind of levels the playing field. Some areas obviously don't produce the quality of fish that some other areas produce in the country, and that right there is a great idea and a great way to kind of level the playing field and keep it going. Yeah, Dan, we're still hanging out, man. We got epic catfishing in the show, man. We're talking flatheads right now. We'll talk about anything though. If you got a question. I seem to catch more flatheads on just the bait with no rattles than I do. Eric is saying here, catfish. So the one I had today had rattles. I didn't catch enough flatheads last year. I don't know if I ever catch enough flatheads, but to put together a hypothesis, I don't have enough data.
No, and I really don't either. I have some stuff from other fishermen, but I haven't really noticed it myself because I don't honestly use the rattles because in my head I don't think it's necessary. That's my confidence factor. My confidence factor is a good live bait or a good fresh cut bait, and I'm good to go.
Yeah, that's something we've been considering a lot too when we talked about the electric pulse that still remains in a fish, after it's dead and, after it's cut, things like that. That's something that I had never heard or thought about before. But it makes sense. There's electromagnetic fields around us. There's electromagnetic fields around every living thing.
And let's think about this. If fish did not have electroperception, he'd be biting an awful lot of leaves.
Yeah, stuff that's coming right towards the face.
Yep. Catfish are a lot more careful most of the time than any of the other scaly fish. Those fish that basically do reactionary bites. We can actually get really into the science or the biology of fish and say, okay, this is a careful fish. Even channel cats and even blues, and I'd say flatheads are probably the slowest biters if it's at a distance. If it's right on their face, they action bite. If they think, it doesn't even have to have electrical perception. It's just like if they think it feels real or if they think it's alive or whatever, they'll snap at it. There's no doubt. But there's a lot of times when they will not slap at it. They will not take a stab at this thing. It swims all over their face and on their eyeballs and everything else like this. And they don't care.
Yeah.
If you have a flathead in your tank, you know that.
Yeah. I don't have one now.
Okay.
We got more. We got different type of fish now. They would eat everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I did food. At one point in time. I had a tank that was all native fish to my area, and that's what I was doing. I wanted to study their behavior, see how they interacted, and seeing how different things affected them. And It was neat. I learned a lot.
Yeah.
But it wasn't a great big tank. The tank I got now would be a lot better. It's 200 gallon, but my wife would kill me if I got rid of our fish.
Yeah. What do you got in there now?
Man, it's a community tank. So we've got Bala sharks. Bala sharks, rainbow, red tip sharks, geoparis.
Now, sharks are nothing but sucker style fish, right?
Yeah. I don't even know why they get called a shark.
Yeah, they have the high fin is all, and I do believe that all those Bala sharks and stuff are they're from they're actually from Africa. They're not even South America. They're those ones. They're the small version of the big ones that you see on National Geographic that are cleaning the teeth of the hippopotamus. They're along those lines. They're neat fish. Real neat fish.
Yeah, we've got some rare Picasso.
We have an arowana. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We have an arowana.
Those are cool.
When the kids were little, it was only about 3 inches long when we got him, and he's about a foot and a half long or so now. And so but if you put a small flathead in there, he will try to eat it. He probably won't be able to eat it, but he'll mess him up real bad. That was the thing. I put it together with a red tail. The red tail was bigger than the flathead. The flathead was probably about 7 or 8 pounds. The red tail was about 12 pounds. The flathead could dish out more punishment, but the red tail could take more punishment than the flathead. Red tail, I mean, they're really armored, and they are just freaking crazy jawstring. But I had to separate them because all they would do is fight every night. Every time you turn, every time, whatever, fight night. And there's water on the floor. And just 150 gallon tall, extra tall. It was like 4 feet high, feet wide, and 2 feet, or I think it was 30 inches deep, something. It was an oceanic tank. And the red tail ended up committing suicide because we went on vacation. I would have toys in his tank because back in the day, he would bite because there's an electrical signal that the power heads emit. Well, I had 8 of them, and he all 8 when we were on vacation. And it was kind of a sad day, but it is what it is.
Yeah. Avid wants to know if you think an 808 would hold up against a big flathead.
Depends on where you're catching the big flathead. I do not like 808s for fast water, big rivers, but there's a lot of different situations. It absolutely caught flatheads on 808s. I've caught 40-pound flatheads on Zebco 33s with 10-pound test and a pistol grip rod. It's just, it's all in how you play them, and it's all in the environment you catch them out of. Because, I mean, really, a 40-pound flathead in slower water isn't all that difficult. You just got to keep pressure on them and keep them coming 45 minutes. You cannot afford to get and start horsing them. But, as long as you're gentle enough with them and, you can use the current to your advantage, all that stuff. I landed a 8-pound flathead at the bottom of the Rock River, May 7th, 2008. The thing was a beast, an absolute monster. I've got some, but I'll have to find them. But on a 6 or 20-pound test and a 7.6 rod that you'd be hard pressed to catch a 20-pound. You wouldn't feel comfortable with trying to catch 20-pound blues with it or 30-pound blues. So it is possible. I mean, I used to catch a lot of big flatheads with that rig because, like you were saying, those are my. What do you call those? Your sweep rods, right?
Yeah, we call them
swing to the side and
swing rod.
Swing rod. I call mine out rods. So I'm going to be, focusing at the back of the boat, and then I'm also going to throw to find that ledge. That is one of my biggest techniques that I usually use something that you would catch channel cats with. I'm not saying to go down as far as like AP or an 8, but I believe an 808 would be able to work in that circumstance, even in the Mississippi River. When the water's colder, they're not tight to cover, the holes, and you just got to find them. They're open. And you'll hear me in videos say to whoever's with me, okay, the only obstacle you have left is the bottom of the boat because there's nothing down there. I know when that fish gets past the cover and you can, pat your whoever's doing it on the shoulder and say, okay, it's time to relax. You don't have to fight them that hard. Just let them work up underneath the boat and then take them up from there. Now, there is a point at which you are going to have to put some meat to a big flathead because they'll just refuse to come. So, a lot of times with a 6,500 and you have to, you don't want any nicks in the line, stuff like that. You might have to thumb the spool. You might have to reel and hold. And you'll see in my videos too that when I get to a certain point, the rod that I'm, the hand I'm holding the upper pad with, and I'm holding the reel and the grip down here, I'll literally put my hand over the line, which is a big no-no to most people, because if you do it too tight and you don't know what you're looking for, then you just eliminated your drag. So you've either got to have strong enough line so it doesn't bust, or really have a lot of experience to where when he starts going, you just start releasing on that line. But a lot of times you'll save time and you'll save energy. You can get him cranked up a little bit and then hold him until he's ready to swing back down a little bit, and then starts coming up, and then you reel down to him, and you can use that hand to stop that line from peeling off that drag again. They start going, they're liable to go a full run on you. But if you can keep them forward, bumming the spool, or tighten, but I don't like to tighten the drag all the way down, because he's going to go. I don't want him snapping the line, so it'll still be a decent, drag. They'll still be able to take it out. But I'll thumb the spool, hold the line, and sometimes I'll crank and hold the, release the line when I'm cranking, and then hold down the line and just pretty much stalemate for a little bit. If he wants to go, I have to let him go, especially with lighter line. Thomas Littlepage.
Night, Skip. For myself, I'm more apt to loosen my drag as we get closer to the boat, because you got less stretch in the line, especially if you're using braid. You have no stretch in the line. If he decides to take a run and you don't have, something's going to give. So I actually normally loosen my drag just a little bit as we get close to the boat, and till he calms down a little bit, and then I'll try to get him in. But yeah, I like Thomas's question right here. It's a great question.
Before I attempt to answer that one, I'm going to tell you this one. If you ever fish in the boat with me, Roger, you will do the opposite.
I will crank that. I'll tighten it up.
It gets to the boat. If you loosen the drag, you don't have to necessarily tighten it up any more than you've already done with the fight. But if you loosen it, you just cost yourself another half an hour. That is the thing, because in deep, swift water with overly large fish, if once they get going, You got to repeat the whole cycle again. And sometimes you have to 1, 2, 3 times, but to do it 8 or 9 times, that's I've been in the boat when, especially before this whole process, you want to lose the drag a little again, and now you've got another 75 feet to 100 feet of line out, and you got to do that whole process again.
Yeah,
you go, I can't move them because
we're talking about different class of fish in my water anyway.
Well, and different class of current too. Different class of current, because you know, like the James River. A lot of people talk about the James River having fast current. Well, it is fast current for a lot of places. It is not even close to fast for fish. The kind of stuff you have to deal with, you know, on the epic spots. Now, there's other spots in Mississippi that they're not any faster than the Ohio. They're not any fat, and sometimes I can catch big fish in those. You know, like above the dam, that's a piece of cake. You know, that current, it's deep, it's fairly swift, but it's nothing like, you know, within those ranges below, or those pinch downs, or on top of those wing dikes when it's crushing over that wing dike and spitting down into this hole. And really, the bottom of the wing dike isn't too bad along the bottom, but as soon as you start to pull them, you got your wing dike right here, you got your boat right here. Once you start to pull them up and they hit that top current, look out.
Yeah.
And they're going to take it. I mean, and if they stay up in the top column, that's bad. I did a video where I'll not go down like I wanted him to. He stayed on top, and I said, oh, that's bad. I got to get him back down on that bottom, because they get wore out a little bit. They start opening, then it's tough. They start wallowing on top of the water like this, and your sinker, you know, you got going this way and that way against that hook. That's bad. Yeah.
Yep.
It's all played by ear. After new structure falls into a river, what size catfish is most likely to be found near or in it? Kind of depends on what time of year. Like if you've got new wood with leaf stuff, I generally find smaller cat in the summertime. I can find big catfish in the pre-spawn, like if it falls like in early May and stuff like that, and most of the leaves are off of it by the time June comes around, I'll fish it, but I don't have a whole lot of confidence. I like cover to be a couple years old, you know, because new stuff isn't a proven. And the other thing about new stuff is that there hasn't been any high water to eat scour beneath it sitting, you know, and I just don't have a lot of confidence in that.
Yeah. Time of year has a huge effect on just about every aspect of fishing. You know, what they're going to be doing and how they're going to be behaving. Seeing if I had another one on here. Yeah, I'm anxious to get back up here to my dam. I think one of the last times we talked, I told you about the dam. I like to fish up here. It has just crazy rock formations that's got huge holes and pockets and tops and bottoms, and you know, I've never really fished it for flathead. I guess I just didn't.
Is that Roger? Is that what they call the fossil beds?
I don't think so. No.
Okay.
No, I'm farther up.
There's a section on the Ohio they call the fossil beds, and that kind of reminded me of that. I've seen it on videos. I've never myself, but
yeah, this one here is right at the very southern tip of Ohio.
Okay.
Yeah, Hagen got it there. Fossil beds is McAlpine.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm not familiar with that area.
I'm either. I've just heard of it, and I've seen it in a few videos. It looks interesting. It looks like it's got flathead potential.
In Louisville. Yeah, about 3.5 hours for me from here. Janice just called me today and said, hey, we need to find a trip to take this weekend or a weekend coming up. I got a tournament this weekend. She said, we could drive like 3 hours one direction, do some fishing, and come home. If I drive 3 hours
There
and
you
fish
go.
all day, I want to stay the night. I don't want to drive home.
Yeah. No.
So we think about doing
I
something
just
either
did
down
it,
south.
and Sean and I just did it. So Saturday night we came home from a 4.5 hour trip, and ended up one of my bearings went out on my trailer. So we ended up sleeping off the side of the interstate in some sort of cul-de-sac because the hub started on fire, and it was midnight or so, or 11:30, and there wasn't anything going to open till 9 o'clock the next day. So yeah, that was kind of miserable.
Yeah, I've been there, done that, man. I keep spares with me. Actually, I got a different trailer now. I'm not even sure if the spares I have fit it. I need to check.
Right.
Abbott asked,
I'm going to invest. Yeah. Sorry.
Go ahead. We'll get back to this. It ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, I'm going to get the sealed bearings for my trailer because I drive my trailer an exorbitant amount of miles with a heavy boat. And so there's a buddy of mine that's into tournaments. He told me that, yeah, none of these newer trailers have the same style of, the kind that aren't sealed, and you got to grease them and you got to do all that stuff.
Yeah.
Because I'll go through, sometimes 3 bearings a year, and I've just been lucky so far that I haven't been stuck on the road. They either go out when I get there or go out by the time I get home, and I'm able to replace them. But my spindles are messed up enough now because it's happened enough that I don't think a regular bearing is going to work. So I have to get a whole new axle, and I'm going to invest in, and they're really not that expensive. I think they're only twice as much as a regular. Oh, they're only like $30 more than a regular bearing. So that's what I'm going to do. They're deep for 100 miles.
Uh-oh. Froze up on us. There you go.
Did I? Okay.
Yeah, you're good now. Well, I'll let you go ahead and answer this one here. I haven't had it up here for a while. But Mississippi on the rise, would you change your tactics?
Going for it. If I'm going for blues, if it's on the rise, I'm still going to basically fish the same areas that I do, because I do not see blues over 35, 40 pounds moving their general location to shallower. Like, I'll see 25s move, I'll see 15s, I'll see 18ers, I'll single digit fish. They'll move up shallower, but it doesn't seem to change. And I went through many years thinking that way because I had channel cat and flathead mentality. That's exactly what they do. As soon as the water comes up, they move shallow. Blues, they like that current, and they can handle some of the current you ever wanted to see. So it's got to be really out of hand for them to move off those ledges and those whatever. I may, instead of on the the ledges that run with the river, I may fish drops. Those things that go from 25 foot of water down into 50 relatively fast. I may tuck tighter to them, but I'm still going to fish those ledges. It just kind of is what it is.
Yeah.
Mama used to say, "We get what you pay for." That's true. I didn't even know those hubs existed until that friend of mine.
Yeah, they're oil. You don't ever have to do anything to them.
Tom Harris, I definitely would favor. I would favor a moratorium on all catfish in waters that have Asian carp. All of
that's the only predator they have, isn't it?
What's that?
Catfish is the only predator to an Asian carp.
Yeah, and instead of putting a moratorium on large catfish or catfish in general, they've now tried to stock alligator gar back up into our neighborhoods, and it's not going to work. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure that out.
Yeah. See that question there from Hagen?
Yeah. No, Hagen. I think they ingest water, but I think they're more likely to hold indoor water, not slow like flathead water or dead water. But I do know that blues and winter. This is this is all the years of hearing from commercial fishermen, hearing from tournament guys, hearing from, avid cat fishermen such as myself. They will tuck behind wing dikes and they will go into these zones that have not that super burning current, but they still like current. You won't really find them in backwaters or dead waters, but you will find them. You know exactly what I'm talking about, Roger. You're not finding them in the fast current.
Ohio doesn't have crazy current, but it will be in some of the stiffest current I can find. A lot of it times it's off of. We don't really have wing dikes, but we've got like ice breakers and things like that. And the current really gets strong current seam or where it comes out and around it. And the current's strong. And they'll be right there hanging in it.
And I should say, Hagen, my answer was based on feeding versus holding. You will have blues that hold in slower water, but those aren't really the ones. I mean, if you had 100 blues in there might be 2% of them or 3% of them that want to feed. You can actually kind of section those off and say, okay, are the ones in that slower water 2 to 3% that are willing to feed that are still there, or have they already moved? So I don't want to fish them. I don't want to fish them where I think they're going to bite. I want to fish them where they're going to be active and go to. And sometimes you just don't. That's the thing about winter. Sometimes they never go into that faster water because they're just sitting in their wintering.
Absolutely. Two Stands asked, he said, Combat Carl is talking about current seams for huge blues. Can you talk about the current seams and its relevance?
Generally, what I was talking about as far as the faster water next to the slower water. They may hold in the slower, but they'll venture to the faster water. So that's basically current seam. I don't usually say it's a current seam because that means a lot of different things to a lot of people. Shallow water, that current seam from the top is usually from the top to the bottom. But where Carl's at and what I'm talking about is you may see a current seam, but it may be way over on top and you're actually out there than that current seam. You may be tossing into that current seam, but it may actually be, it's not necessarily running a 90 degree, 45 degrees or anything like that. So it's not necessarily just what you see on top of the water. And Carl has and I've said this before in other chats, but Carl has a very high fishing IQ, and he can explain a lot. There's a lot of things that he that doesn't really have a common terminology to it. So some people are a little bit confused when he talks about it, just like as when I talk about stuff, it's not really a common language yet. And, because he talks about a lot of, and I can't even, but he's pretty spot on as far as the habits and haunts of big fish in where he's at, that Tennessee River. And it's pretty amazing thing. And he can simplify things a lot and just kind of say it in a common, sort of way. But I think sometimes people get a little bit lost.
Yeah. Yeah. It kind of stuck with me, when you were talking about friction between faster moving and slower moving water and how you get those little whirlpools and stuff going in the water. And, that to me, those are signs. Just like the area we fished today, I found the other day with Janice, there was nothing. There was no markings, nothing on the bank that told me that the underwater structures should be different here. I just saw twirls on the water and saw that the water was acting a little different, and so I went and checked it out. And there was in 18 foot of water, there was a 30-foot hole, and fish were stacked up in it. I mean, there was no fish to be found anywhere, but they were there. They were in that hole, and we was able to catch some, but when I saw that water turning, I said, well, we've got some slow water here somewhere.
Yes. Yeah. The diversity of the hydrodynamics is important. Let me say this again. Hydrodynamics means the way the water is reacting with itself and the contours of the bottom. So you've got stronger currents mixing with lesser currents, and how that all does. And there's subduction, and there's induction, and then there's the twirlies. That's the sideways stuff. But you've also got the tumbling effect. So you've got water from the bottom shooting up, sometimes water from the top ducting down and doing this. And those are one of my favorite spots. One of those, and I describe that reverse current. So it's very difficult to move into an area and say, yes, there's reverse current right there. You have to find it with your rod usually. And the bottom contour is usually either flat, and then it goes down like this, and then there's an opposite lip. So that water has to go up and over, down, over, and back. And a lot of times I will find, and wingbacks, some backs have reverse current, some holes have reverse current, some ledges have a little bit of reverse current. But generally speaking, it's where it's usually associated with a drop. And so you throw your bait out, and it may stick out there because reverse current isn't usually very hard current. But when you throw rods out, you don't notice it because the top current's going away from you, and your line actually looks tight like this, straight, but it actually has a bow like this because that top current is pushing a big bow into it. All right. So when you get that fish is actually in that reverse current, it will hit that and go to the boat. And now you have a bigger, thank goodness for circle hooks, because a J hook, it is almost impossible to set the hook on a fish, especially these. You've got so much line in the water, and actually reverse current is more difficult to set the hook on a J hook if you have power line, because it cuts through the water where the mono actually drags on the water a little bit. So basically, if your boat's here and your line is bowing like this, and then it moves towards you, there's a bigger bow like this, so that cutting ability of the super line and a J hook doesn't work very good. I've had literally, I've thrown a good distance away and set the hook on a fish. Actually, also wherever there's limestone, we have a lot of limestone in our rivers up here. I don't know about a lot of other places, but you'll have limestone shelves, and then underneath it, break through the limestone shelf, and there'll actually be like a little in a hole. It'll come down, and then there'll be like almost piece eat because of that reverse current. So you got this, it's hitting on this, it's coming back, eating out underneath there. So if my boat is on the top of it, some at the hook, and he's actually underneath the rocks, underneath the boat.
Yeah.
And then it's a seesaw affair like this. So, when I'm in I didn't know that that's what was happening with a few of these spots until I had some experience with it. And, you basically seesaw on those. So those situations, you see that tap, you better be on it. I mean, like right now.
Yeah.
Start just a tap. Don't even wait for the rod to go down, because it's not going to go down. All it's going to do is tap around, because that sinker's tapping the bottom like this. And a lot of my customers are like, what is going on here? I'm like, I'm telling you right now, as soon as I see that tap, I tell you start reeling, just start reeling and pick it up and reel as fast as you can, because they're beating feet up underneath the boat. And if they get up underneath that basically rock cave, it's all over. It's a done deal.
Yeah, the area we were fishing today, several reverse current up against the bank, and we marked fish there. And it was crazy because it seemed like the top of the water was moving reverse current, but the bottom really wasn't. That, or like you said, it didn't have much pull. So the boat would try to spin.
Anything that goes like a tornado is like an eddy. So you got eddies that go this way, and a lot of times they're coming back against the current. But I classified that one as an eddy. All that stuff is usually in shallow water up against the bank. Now, if it's a big drop and it goes like so, if the back is here and that water comes back toward underneath the boat instead of back toward the side of the boat, I'll call this an eddy and then this a reverse current. And which one are you talking about?
It'd be an eddy then.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So good too. I mean, but a lot of times eddies exist in such shallow water that you really don't have the area again to catch a really large fish in it. Because those really large fish have to venture that shallow to feed. And if they don't have to, they won't.
Did you get that one there?
I did. That standard thing as well. So catfish are ambush predators, so they don't necessarily prefer to be on the top thing. Like I fish wing dikes all the time, and sometimes they'll be all the way to the top, really active. A lot of times they'll be on the backside or just on the front side because it's ambush position. It's what I call active position. So actively feeding, actively ambushing. If they're completely aggressive, they'll be going around and going over wing dikes and sitting on top of those road beds. Well, a lot of times those catfish will sit in those ditches because you don't have any current. So what you got left is depth and cover. So they'll take advantage of those little dips or those little depressions because it hides them from their prey fish or little prey fish.
Sounds like you and Stan spend enough time together. He's starting to sound just like you. He said the same thing before you said it. He said, I say depth change on the side of the roadbed, create cover.
Yep, that's right. That's exactly right. And, if a guy in lakes could pinpoint where culverts are, you'd do even better because you've got culverts underneath roads. And if you could actually get that bait in front of a culvert, I mean, there's flathead. If you have flatheads in your lake and you got an open culvert somewhere in, they love shade. They love shade. They love tight spaces. They love to get in stuff. So, and unfortunately, that's why commercial hoop nets work so well.
Yeah. Yeah. When those guys set up their gill net today in front of us, man, I was like, you got to be kidding me.
Isn't that it's like a kick in the huevos.
Absolutely. Absolutely. They didn't even make eye contact with us. We were staring them down. We're like, what are you guys doing, man?
Yeah.
The whole river and this spot right here where I'm fishing is where you got to put your net.
Right.
Yeah, they didn't give two craps about us fishing. They were there to. Now most of the guys say they're gill net because these gill nets are like, man, they're huge. They're like 12 by 12 inches, and they're saying they're after spoonbill down there.
And it's quite possible because
they're after the eggs.
And yeah, and that's kind of a shame too. To harvest a fish that's that big and that old and actually kind of rare is their eggs. I mean, it just seems kind of wasteful. Yeah. That'd be like if we cut down all of our forests to harvest the acorn. Still there, Roger?
Yeah, you started breaking up. We caught by every other word. I was trying to make it out.
Uh-oh. I said it would be a shame to continue to harvest these big old prehistoric fish just for their eggs. That would be like cutting trees down for their acorns and leaving the grass.
Yep, that's right.
Is that better?
Can't tell yet. You're still froze up, but it looks like you're starting to move now.
All right. Let me get
you guys said
this thing. One of these days, I'm going to get a better internet provider, but they don't really care too much about where I live. It's many people. It's kind of far away from cities and all that stuff. So our internet's not that great.
Stan said that The river warriors are so good at finding fish. Even the commercial fishermen are following me. Maybe we didn't have much luck finding fish last couple of days, man. They are not where they have been, or not where I thought they'd be. We found them. We found some fish, but it wasn't easy. Do a lot of scanning. My wife she about drives her crazy. She said, "Are you really? You'll drive around for an hour to set up on a fish?" Yeah, sometimes I will. So I will scan a lot of structure, scan a lot of water until I find what I'm looking for. I'd rather scan for an hour and set up and catch some big fish than hop and skip around for all day and, maybe not get anything. I guess that'd be a good question to ask is how much time do you spend scouting or looking for fish, or if you're just looking for structure, how much time do you invest in gathering data before you decide this is where I'm going to set up?
Depends on and depends if it's wild or if it depends. I'm fishing. If I'm fishing my old milk runs, I don't really. I mean, a whole lot of time. If I'm on the Mississippi River, anywhere between Keokuk and Alton, doesn't matter what pool, it usually doesn't take me more than 30, 40 minutes. Sometimes I'm right on fish when I go to it. I'm like, yep, there they are. And sometimes I end up feeling foolish if I don't scan enough, because some of those holes take a little while, 15, 20 minutes to scan. And sometimes I see what I think is what I should be fishing. And then I set up on them and it's just kind of so-so, or it's tough. And I think, oh, geez, I should have set up on the back of this. I should have set up on the front. I should have set up on the side. I should have set up right in the core, and because you're not always going to be right. Most of the time you're going to be pretty right to go to the head of it and to like the head of the ledge, especially if it's like a shoebox, if you get my meaning. So it's got a front, it's got a back that rises, and it's got two sides that fall in. I forget what Carl called it the other day. He called it something. I thought it was pretty revolutionary to call it that, but I forgot. But anyways, yeah, I mean, and sometimes I can spend as many as 3 hours. It just depends on where I'm at, especially on a lake pool. Like I've talked about this before. Some river pools, especially on the Mississippi, or on even smaller rivers like even rivers like Ohio. Some are more like a river pool, and some are more like a lake pool. So it depends on how much water stacked up on it, how wide it is, and how slow it is. I prefer the narrower stretches. If I can get a narrow stretch somewhere that has at least 10 or 15 miles, starts to really widen out and get really like a lake, I will want to fish that more than I would want to fish just a straight up lake pool. And the lake pools, they just don't have the current to be able to pick out fish as fast as I want to pick them out. I mean, I want to go. I want to, like he came, he saw, he kicked their butts. That's the process I want to do, and it doesn't always work that way. It really doesn't. I mean,
right? Yeah,
I proved it for the last 2-3 weeks. I mean, it just doesn't.
Stan 3 asked if migrating bait will make monster cats move out of their deep holes.
Depends on where you're at. Like, if you have a bait fish in your river, as the Mississippi, such as Tennessee, such as things like that, don't seem to see the big ones get up and migrate because of bait. They mostly migrate because of what they want to do. All they want to do is eat and make little fish. All they want to, just like sharks. They just want to, eat and make little sharks. So the most important thing is their progression from their preservatory nature during winter, cold water periods. Then they're going to move towards their spawning habitat, but they're going to move in little pieces, little cycles, and they're going to stick where they're comfortable, and they're going to stick where bait fish intersects with their habitat. They don't love venturing shallow, even though like on the James, they will. Even like on the Ohio, they will. Even on the Mississippi, they will, if they have to. But as soon as they're fed, they don't just like decide to sit in 5 foot of water up in the James or on the Ohio or whatever. They go right from. If they're getting fed in or in the spot or in the deeper water situation, if they're getting fed there, there's no need to go anywhere else. And I kind of proved that with flatheads because, the Fisherman magazine articles were, back in the 80s, early 90s. And it's a rare thing to catch a big fish shallow. Whether it's winter, whether it's summer, whether it's spring, it's actually fairly rare as far as what you can do if you stick to that major pipeline of big fish in rivers. Now, there are certain times of the year that big fish make themselves winter on the James because it doesn't get truly cold, not like it does in my area. From the West Coast and the
Right.
East Coast, those blue still they make higher metabolism than they do in in our Arctic blast center breadbasket of the country. That whole middle part. Because that's how our weather works. From the west, it comes down out of Canada and it goes back up. So, and we don't have any ocean effect. We don't have any, ocean that's 40 degrees warmer, and here we get some winds creating relief for us. And I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that's the things I love about the James. You could come when there's no fish in my house, or even within 4 or 5, not almost always something biting on the coast. And I thought it was a major, huge thing when they put blues out there, because they didn't really have freshwater fishing opportunities of any size. They didn't have any flat county blues. It was just channel cats and white cats. And white cats are closer than they are anything else.
That makes sense.
Our lakes, creek fed.
Yeah, he said he changed it to our lakes.
Okay.
I'm going to guess food here, because I don't think the lake's lacking oxygen.
Not usually. I want to make one pretty apparent. Articles written in like Illinois Fish and Game. I mean, I'm assuming every state has it, where you go to the bank and you pick a magazine, and it's written by writers. They're not really, most of them are not really fishing experts. They may be experts on pan, they may be experts on bass, but they're basically moonlighting. And I know all of them that are from the state, and I've actually on a couple of them, which his name's PJ Perea, and he was actually wanting to learn so he could went trips with me, and we discussed all this flathead, channel cat, and blue cat. Generally speaking, most of those writers are going to give you their thoughts on why fish are at dam. That's the most common. Fishing or write a fish deep holes. Focus on catfish in July when nothing else is happening. They may, focus on them a little bit here, July or August, but a lot of times they miss the best parts of the year. And one of the first statements you'll always read is, there's a lot of bait fish below these dams, and there's a lot of oxygen. Well,
yeah, I've heard that a lot.
Oxygen in the summer, in a moving river, just a river. It doesn't matter if it's winter, spring, summer, or fall. The oxygen content very rarely dips below their minimums. And really, oxygen doesn't do a thing for them. That's like a gas in your tank. As long as you have a little bit of, your full does not run better with a huge full tank than it does with almost none. There's only so much oxygen that lungs or gill thing can take. So that oxygen content you can throw out the window. That's just another one of our things that we say, oh, it must be the oxygen, or it must be this, or it must be that, because rivers turn for constant. And a lot of people think that rivers are warmer at the bottom than they are at the top, or the other way around. The only time that happens is when the sunlight is warming cold water up, and it is warmer on top. And the other way around, when the air is severely cooler. But to go to a river, and I've heard people say this, the top temperature in the Mississippi River is 79 degrees. And I say, well, what do you mean the top temperature? Well, that's what it is on top because, it's colder at the bottom. Not really. It is colder in veins. And anybody that swims in a river can tell you that. And I would have to say in my younger days, I would dive to 20, 25 feet on a river that's 20 to 25 feet. And it is no more colder down there than it is at the top. It's got these little veins that move, that's colder water. You can even find that in lakes. You have swam in lakes a lot, there's warm, but usually we're in shallows. But go down deep and it's really pretty much the same, except for when a lake can stratify because there's not a whole bunch of turnover. But that current keeps rivers pretty constant temperature, pretty constant oxygen level, unless you're talking about river lakes that it gets severely slow and it doesn't do as much turnover and stuff like that. But if you're talking natural rivers like most of us fish, it's pretty much the same from top to bottom. Ever worry about lack of oxygen, unless I'm talking about the fall when all the vegetation's dying, and then that's only if I'm fishing like crappie or bass or backwaters and stuff like that. When you get heavy vegetation die off, if you get any wind also turns water. I mean, plenty of air that the water goes from top to top, bottom, and it just flows down the river. And you can tell that by any of these rivers. Like, I haven't fished the Ohio much, but I can pretty much guarantee you that the Ohio has one thing that the Mississippi River also has, and that is that sand washboard. Am I not right?
I missed part. You say sand and washboard?
Sand, it's like sand dunes down the middle, where it's just one rise after the other. Like, well, that's not necessarily created by just straight line. That's because it'll undulate and turn and move like this. So basically, it's like the Sahara Desert, and the Sahara Desert constantly changes, and so does the sand dunes on the bottom of the bigger rivers, the Ohio, even smaller. Really, there's lots of sand. Probably more sand than there is just hard.
Does the oxygen for smaller rivers? So does oxygen go for smaller rivers that fluctuate?
I would have to say that everywhere fluctuates, but I don't think they get down to dangerous levels. Right. Actually, one of the things that people should be thinking about that is really talked about, pH level. Now, I realize nobody talks about the pH level because it's a difficult subject. Yeah. So right after a rain, and a pH level is, for catfish, they prefer the neutral pH, that is 7, and that's on the scale. If you're talking about up, it's alkali, down. So the pH level has been a proven fact that if you change the pH drastically, fish will be kind of miserable. They don't react well to it. It's almost like giving them a cold. They don't process things as well. They're kind of out of their sorts. And I believe that's one of the problems with heavily rising water. A lot of times the bite will go pretty south. It'll go good in the beginning when you just get that general rise, but all of a sudden when all that water coming off all those fields and all the concrete and all the stuff, throwing in extra thicker alkali, and it's throwing that pH level off, they don't do very well. If you have an aquarium, you know that if I can go down to my aquarium right now, and those fish will feed anytime I want to throw stuff in there. But all I have to do is throw a little bit of bleach for a little.
Starting to break up pretty bad.
Yeah, that's my there's my awesome internet connection.
Yeah, I think we heard pour bleach in the water. I'm guessing that was to change the pH level, and those fish probably shut down.
Yeah, they'll shut down for days over that, and
Yep.
that is just something that hasn't been talked about very much, and it's more important than oxygen by far, because oxygen really doesn't fall below the levels in most of the year, except for maybe the extreme in the fall turnover and things like that, and that's a brief window of time. I think it's more to do with fat. But I mean, who's going to go down there and use a pH tester and test their water to see what happens? You just know if it falls extremely low, it can have a pH problem, or if it's extremely high, it can have a problem. But really, a guy can't just prevent from fishing. You just got to go when you can.
Yeah. I think I said that earlier tonight. I pay attention to the variables, the barometer, the cold fronts, pressure and all that stuff. But it never changes. It'll never change my mind about going fishing. I'm never going to get up and say, "Yeah, I was going to go fishing today, but the barometer's sky high. I ain't going." I'm going to go fishing anyway. And if I, if I strike out, then
there's trends, but there's never absolutes, because as a general rule, even in June for pre-spawn flatheads, I don't do as well during bluebird skies. But I've had some absolute knockdown greatest days ever on bluebird skies for some odd reason. I mean, the sky's clear, the water's clear, it's freaking, sun's beating down, and some of the best days I've ever had was that 1 times a month. It might be bluebird skies for 20 days, but I'll hit those 1 or 2 days that is great guns. I mean, some of the biggest numbers and some of the biggest flatheads ever on single or, a couple of anchors or whatever.
DMV, thanks for stopping in. Hey, Tim, is your battery getting low? Your sound's getting a little staticky.
Hold on.
Usually that's the first sign the battery's getting low.
43%. But
you're not bad. Ain't bad.
Yeah. Well, I could go out and come back in. Sometimes that fixes it. Just throw me up another link real quick.
Okay. Guys, thanks for tuning in. We've been sitting here talking and hanging out. Anybody's got questions, this is a great time to get one-on-one chat time with Tim. So if you got questions, fire away. If you haven't hit the thumbs up yet, we are almost to 100 thumbs up tonight. So if you would please hit the thumbs up for us, that'd be greatly appreciated. If you have already, thank you. So I've seen DMV just popped in. So thanks for stopping by and checking us out. We're doing what we all love to do. We talk about old catfish, and I seen Sunfish Assassin in there. He was talking about trying to talk to biologists and about sunfish and different species, and they never seem to really want to give him the time, or they don't really have the answers, to be honest. Like they're not interested. I'm going to imagine they can tell you about everything you want to know about a bass, which is a sunfish, by the way, but
all right, I'm back. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, buddy.
Am I freezing up?
No, actually, you're a lot better. It's a lot better. There's still a little bit of static on the sound, but it's not nothing we can't deal with.
Okay. What makes the river, up the creeks that feed the river in the spring when they flood to spawn? Absolutely, country boy. I mean, catfish, of course, they're going to venture and find new habitats if they can. But that major driving force is spawn, especially with flatheads and chads. Blues don't tend to go up small tributary creek as much, but if they do get a certain flood, they will go in and then they will come right back out. And I know this because I've got friends that fish that Ohio River system with those smaller rivers, and they'll catch big blues up like the Great Miami or the White River or stuff where they shouldn't be. But it usually takes that flood in the spring or even in the summer, that high water, that gets that those tributaries really flowing into those main rivers, and they'll go up them. The Missouri's the same way. Missouri empties into the Mississippi, and a lot of the Mississippi River fish, if it's low and not very well, they don't get as many fish in there. But it also goes, if that's high, it will attract more fish. Same thing with the Tennessee. Every river is pretty much like that.
Yeah. Hey, before we get to the next question, Stan 3 said, hey, this makes my 3-mile paddle so much easier. He's just listening and joining as he's paddling 3 miles. So Stan 3, keep it up, brother. Thanks for joining in. Hey, Sunfish Assassin asked about your aquarium. He said, what's your favorite fish you've kept in an aquarium?
I wouldn't say I had a favorite fish because they all have their problems. Flatheads are rambunctious as all get out.
They tear everything up.
They tear everything up, and they tear every other fish up.
Yeah.
Flat out kill them. I love flatheads, and I'm going to keep some in an aquarium, and I'm going to do a little bit of filming, I hope. I like...
See, Raj.
I like shows. I like tiger shovelnose, red tails. I like arowanas. I like... I've had sunfish. I've had bass. I really liked my tiger muskies until my flatheads ate them. They were really cool. If you could get a hold, if you're into a predator fish that you can feed at will, like throw chubs, they're exciting to watch. And they're beautiful.
Yeah.
I prefer the attitude of catfish, So when you have 14-inch tiger muskies that get eaten by 8-inch flatheads, that'll tell you who's who on the food chain.
I raised African clown knives for quite a few years, and they are an awesome fish to have in a tank, man. They will eat out of your fingers if you train them. If you get them used to eating out of your fingers, they will come up and take live minnows, chubs, goldfish, whatever, right out of your hands.
On my bucket list to catch down in Florida, a clown knife fish.
They are awesome. They get huge.
They do. I saw that catfish went down and caught some.
Oh, really? He got the. I seen he had a video down there. I haven't watched it. I'll be honest. If it's not catfish, sometimes I stray away. But
you would enjoy that because it catches peacocks, largemouth, and one clown knife fish. And it's a pretty cool video.
Hey, Hagen wants to know what size tank you have set up.
Right now, I have a 125 right now at 75, and then I have a 1,000-gallon bulk tank in the garage.
That's a big tank.
Yeah, it's just a big plastic tub, but it's pretty cool because I can put bricks in it and logs and whatever else, and I can direct the current because the filter system pool. It's like one of the big. I knew a guy that worked at a pool place, and he could get them like at cost for me. And yeah, it's huge. The filter tank is 200 gallons.
Woo! That's a big filter.
Yeah.
I got a 275-gallon one of those plastic tanks, with the metal cage around it. I run a regular pool pump on it. I've changed the filtration system on it. I customized it, but it does pretty good. I can keep shad alive for a while. I can't keep them past a week, but
you gotta cool water for shad if you're gonna keep them artificially.
Yeah,
I can keep moon eye. I've kept 500 moon eye in my tank with a chiller outside. The 1,000-gallon tank, I kept 450 12-inch shad at one time. I kept like 15 channel cats from 8 to almost 20 pounds for like 2 years. And then I kept, you also have to have a heater on it where I'm at, because it'll freeze solid on you. And I kept a series of flatheads for 3 years, 3 different groups, from basically pre-spawn all the way through the winter. And then I'd let them go early season so that they would have a chance to spawn. I didn't want to wreck their whole situation, but I did weight studies on them. When that water, if you let that water get 78, 80 degrees, they almost can't. Channel cats, they can't eat enough to sustain their own weight. You can feed them and still lose weight. But by the time the winter, that cool water period rolls around, they eat way less, eat a lot of weight. It's like us sitting on the couch. If I sat on the couch all day and my wife just brought me food all the time, I'd blow up like a balloon. But if I'm up and moving and all that stuff, I'll lose weight even eating a lot. Same thing, only it's more exaggerated because they're cold-blooded.
Bill, I'm not familiar with that. He said there's
I've seen that, and that is amazing. I mean, these people are fit. Oh man, you got to watch that.
Really? How do I find that, Bill? I would be interested in checking that out.
I think you just got to search Ohio Fish Rescue.
Okay, that's easy enough.
Yep. They've got a lot of videos out, and they keep some crazy fish. They've got arapimas and red tails and shovel.
Oh man, arapaima
and all that stuff.
Arapaima is a freaking tank missile catfish.
Yes. Does koi? I used koi for bait once. I didn't love it. I used Oscars for bait, believe it or not. I hope nobody but laugh. I mean, they didn't escape. I used those river, believe it or not, where catfish and crappies at, and I caught 2. I mean, it was almost immediate. It was at night, thrown right off the main ledge, and Oscars are pretty awesome baits. A guy was getting rid of them, actually. They were hand-sized.
Yeah, I've used them. There was a pond that was overrun with goldfish, and apparently there was a lot of koi in there too. And they told us we could take our cast net to it and send them out, and we did. And we took and fished with them. We caught some fish with them. I'm like you. I wouldn't say it was my favorite bait. They did work, but it's not something I get excited about. I'll stick to my more natural bait.
Yeah. So I filmed my arowana and gar. I have a Florida gar in that tank. I filmed some pretty cool stuff. They're eating minnows and, we feed them a lot of shrimp, with the shells still on because they need that keratin in their system for their skins and stuff like that. So, if you're going to have, fish in a tank for a long term, you got to think, you got to compete in terms of, and even medicating them, especially if you get out of you get them out of natural water. So, it's pretty interesting, but it is a lot of work, and you got to have a lot of knowledge to be really successful at it, because catfish, out of all of them, they actually develop common bacterial infection called ick fairly easily.
Yeah.
Because they get a little stressy, because they're not used to having lights on them all the time. They're in a closed system, and you'll see flathead in a tank, and then more likely than not, he already has the ick on him. It's just, it doesn't take over. But if you put him in a tank that doesn't have natural current and it's got light, they get a little stressy. So you got to be prepared with stuff like copper sulfate and certain salts. You can do salt baths. You can do all kinds of stuff to keep them healthy. And it's pretty obvious that catfish are difficult, especially wild ones, because every single Bass Pro tank in the nation has lost catfish, and multiple catfish, especially big ones, because they just don't know how to take care of catfish right.
Yep, I've been to Bass Pros, and we got catfish down there look pretty rough at times.
They
Pretty
do,
rough.
and they don't love the catfish because when they're feeling really good, they end up going crazy a couple times a month, and eating the prize bass or the prize walleye, or whatever. So they don't love them. And I've even tried to talk to the ones in Peoria, and they don't know shit about them actually.
I believe that.
It's like a Walmart worker, or a Menards worker. They hire him off the street. Hey, I want you to, take care of this tank. They know nothing about it. They might have a booklet to read. I think that's about it.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I wouldn't imagine they have a whole lot of knowledge.
No, and it's obvious.
Wait, let me get this one first. So Stan 3's got a question. He said that he's noticed that the hickory jack moving up to James, they've been stacking up around metal structure. Is there a reason that they would prefer metal structure over anything else?
Current brakes usually.
I mean, they can find current brakes with a lot of different structure, I would imagine.
They can, but they don't. I don't know a lot about shad, so I'm extrapolating the same thing as you would on any other fish of that same species. Basically, a shad, it's called hickory shad, but it's more closely related to a herring than it is a shad. So, and shad are basically herring too, but they're more consistent with a skipjack or a moon eye or something like that. And the skipjack and moon eye, although they'll chase baits up shallow, especially skipjack, if they're more like a moon eye, which a pelagic bait fish, which is one that lives in the ocean and it comes in to spawn, is going to be on a pipeline to do their business. And so, yeah, they're going to pause at those places that are going to, and it's possible that the metal structure in the James would hold certain bugs, and it's possible to take advantage of those. I mean, moon eye do it.
Yeah, I was wondering if something maybe was growing on the metal structure that gave them a food source, or something was sticking, to that metal structure, that algae of some sort or something.
Yeah.
Just get your side covered with ick in July and August. Yeah.
Oh, and that I mean, lakes with heavy populations of lizard shad, they develop problems.
Yeah, that's what do hickory shad feed on algae. Yeah, that's the same thing. That's the same page I was on, listeners.
I don't think hickory shad are feed on algae because of their they don't have a gizzard like a gizzard shad. They're not. I think hickory shad are more of a predator like a skipjack or a moon eye. And so they may take advantage of bugs, most likely take advantage of small shad or minnows. And that's the other thing. There could be minnows that hang around these metal structures, and the minnows are eating the bugs. The hickory shad are eating the minnows. Because we have that situation on the Mississippi all over the place.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the same type of, your moon eye being a predator as opposed to a gizzard shad being, a forager.
Yep.
Absolutely. Oh, did I take some? Oh, no, we got that
one. They're basically filling a niche, and they're very closely related. And
yeah, we get it. We get a lot of questions about lake fishing. Most of us are fishing rivers, so there's quite a few guys that fish lakes, and it seems like there's always a lack of knowledge or lack of information available. So we get a lot of questions about lakes because there's not a lot of information readily available for them.
True. And fish lakes a lot at one time. So I do have kind of insight because I used to fish a lot of the federal Corps of Engineer lakes. I've fished a lot of different. I've even fished like Texoma for blues a few times. I've fished Lake. What is that one? I just went and fished. The 2 lakes in Alabama. Even though they're technically river, they're more lakes than they are rivers. So, but as far as Oklahoma rivers and stuff like that, like Country Boy fishes, I don't have a lot of experience on, its zone, its temperature going down there on lakes. So I have a good listening to his lives because I learn things that he's talking about, and he does a really good job of conveying what he's thinking about as he's targeting these fish. And he does a good job of telling stories about what, maybe last time, maybe last year, maybe a couple of years ago, and those things that happen. And one thing about lakes, different than rivers, is that catfish, there is no current usually. They have no choice but to do things that they don't naturally do in rivers. So we put catfish in the lakes. They didn't live there. There is no lake that catfish involved in. They are all a product of the Mississippi River on our continent. That goes from the flathead species. There's only 2. There's the blind cave catfish. There's 9 species of bullheads. Bullheads are actually lake fish, believe that or not. Bullheads filled the lake niche and the swamp niche. A lot of times they're connected to rivers, but they are mostly a live bait eater that inhabited lakes and have evolved in lakes. But as far as channel cats, they never were lake fish. We put them in there. Blues were definitely not lake fish. So yeah, there is a big missing niche as far as that goes, and it seems that catfish will go shallower in lakes because they have no choice but to, instead of current, they have to follow bait fish. They have to take advantage of more things, because it's feast or famine in a lake. Right. There is no current bringing food to you. You have to actually, if you're a catfish in a lake, you have to be more proactive than you do in a river.
Yeah, it's not coming. Sound like Stan's been taking notes and got it figured out.
Stan's on it. Stan,
he's on it, man.
They're already busting a bunch of big fish based on same train of thought. That's equation, and they're gonna bust big fish from here on out because they're starting to dial them in now. They're starting to catch big fish in this post-winter early pre-spawn phase. Now they got to work on the pre-spawn, and then they can't get curtailed when the population splits, because half of their fish are going to be on net at some point, probably earlier than they are where we're at. So, and that's another thing. Blues and their spawn time, there seems to be a lack of information on that. We kind of know. I know because of how big the fry are when I start catching them when they're like this. You can still see through them. They're the cutest things you ever saw. They're not. They don't look anything like a channel cat. They have no spots. They're like pinkish, bluish, just a little bit, and you can see straight up through them. And I start catching those in my nets about the first weekend of August on the Mississippi River, where I'm at. So you can generally say that those things are 3-4 weeks old. So I can guess that spawn probably starts somewhere about the same time as flatheads do, the 1st of July, all the way through the month of July. And then I also have caught some pretty small ones in September. So I think the blue spawn season may be longer than both the channel cats and the flatheads. Might even be as much as double length. But I have no concrete proof of that.
Yeah. Yeah, he's saying, yeah, and that's where catfish are very structure oriented, because they don't, kind of like what kind of like what Stan just said there, current depth and cover. Well, if you take current out, they're left with depth and cover. And yeah, that is where I still need to progress. I get stubborn because I had success that area before, but it's under different conditions. Yeah, I'm guilty of that too. I got areas that consistently seem to give up good fish, and so I always check them. Like today, an area that we've caught some of the biggest fish we've caught in our whole river system down here. Come out of the same section of water, and I'm going to check it. I'm going to look and see if they happen to be there or whatnot. But if I trust my electronics and I trust my data, if I'm not seeing what I need to see, I don't even stop. I just continue scanning until I find what I'm looking for. It's funny he's talking about the fray being so small. This was I was trying to look on my phone here if I still had it so I could see the date. I caught fray like a month ago. Oh, here's a picture. I'm going to see if I can pull up the data or details. February 6th is when I took this photo. And this is what I caught in my cast net. Where did this guy come from? February 6th. And he wasn't the only one. There was
February. That's because they don't grow much. Those little ones, the lack of plankton in the water in the winter period don't allow the little ones to grow really fast throughout the winter. So, and I'm assuming that's a blue.
Yeah, that one was, I think. Yep. Yeah, that one was a blue.
And it's possible that's a late spawn, like an August spawn fish, and then all of a sudden it went all the way through the winter and didn't really get very big.
Yeah, I thought it was crazy.
What's that?
I thought it was crazy in February to be catching.
Yeah, that is. So you know exactly what those little blues look like. Aren't they amazing?
Yeah, they are cool looking.
Yeah.
I pulled out, I pulled the cast net out and shook it out, and I seen them in the net, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Where in the world did these little guys come from?
Okay, so let me ask you this. Where were you throwing that you were catching them? Were you throwing for shad, or were you throwing like on bridge pillars and stuff like that?
Nope, I was marking a lot of shad. A lot of shad. And I caught shad with them. I don't even know. I was perplexed when I brought it up, and I dumped out some shad, and I seen these guys hanging in the net, and I was like, what are these guys doing in here?
Yep. But that's about the same exact size they are on the Mississippi in like August, September.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised. I actually meant to post those pictures online just to get some feedback because I wouldn't have thought that they wouldn't have grown since a late hatch, August, September.
Yep.
Or maybe even later.
It's possible that they were just waiting it out. I mean, the little fish depend on plankton mostly. And
right.
Asian carp in your waters, correct?
What's that? I missed.
Do you have Asian carp in your waters?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Well, people say there are probably some here, but it's not a known problem yet. So I'm guessing. I don't know. Some people say we've got some in here, and some
because that'll change.
That'll what?
I said, get ready because if there is Asian carp pools, it takes 7 years for them to really put out numbers. And I know that because I was one of the first ones to report them in the Illinois River pools. The first ones to report them in the Rock pool. Has a few adults that have made it, but they don't have a lot of spawn yet. But they will, and it will change my life drastically on these Mississippi River pools. Because once that happens, you'll have, especially in the cold water period, you'll have large fish in areas that you would normally target catfish in. So now all of a sudden you cannot depend on your fish finder to tell you. Now you have to start looking at, what does this fish look like on my fish finder? Where is it positioned on my fish finder? Because you can still set up on agents. They will hang out deep, especially in the cold water period. It is a pain in the butt. And your recruitment of your small fish, take a beating, because those Asian carp, they eat so much plankton. Your shad population will fall. It's pretty rough. But then of course, what nature does is that then all of a sudden the catfish will start to switch over from a shad-based to an Asian carp-based diet. And you'll see that. It takes a year or two. And it took a year or two that for Asian carp to work very well with channel cats up here in the Star Rock pool that I fished, and as well as the Cuck pool all the way to Alton. And I happen to know fact through talking with people and experiencing it, that Asian carp, even up to 18 inches, those 25 blues will suck those things down.
So do Asian carp eat the eggs? Will they suck down the eggs of other species of fish, including catfish, when they find them?
There's no empirical evidence that says that they will, but we know that most filter feeders do eat eggs. Now, if it's catfish eggs, I think so, because they don't float. Catfish eggs are sticky masses. Okay, so I don't think that Asian carp are eating catfish eggs. I do, however, think that Asian carp, when they go up below dams, or they go into riffles, or they go into areas that channel cats, flatheads, or even blues would spawn, I don't think the catfish are going to tolerate getting crowded like that. So I think it does limit their spawning ability. But that's a guess. I don't have any DNR data to support that. Because the DNR is kind of, no matter where, the DNR is hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. They're a political entity. Don't let anybody fool you that they're not. Every single one of them is a political entity. And they're all controlled from the top down. The underlings can have their own personal opinion, but they cannot state it. They have to state publicly the position of their upline. So it is very difficult to get the right answers. You have to become friends with some of them, and they have to be very, very confident that you're not going to out them. Because I will never say the names of any of the guys that have trusted me with their personal opinions, because they can get fired over it. And there has been DNR guys, 20-year vets that get fired if they say the wrong thing.
Yeah. It pretty much goes to every category, every subject. There's going to be there's politics involved, whether we like to admit it or not. These guys are. My wife popped in and said, "Oh my God, I can't believe you're still talking."
Oh gosh, yes.
Yeah,
that's completely true. We start talking about our hobbies or whatever we love, and we can talk about that.
Yeah, I love when Stan says that right there. It's like talking with friends, especially if you're one of the friends, catfish biologists. Yeah, there you go. Kevin popped back in. Yeah, we've been, it's a great opportunity. There's not a lot of, until recently, there's not been access to this type of information this easy. Unfortunately, Tim had to do a lot of the work. You went to school and you studied this stuff, and you've put who knows how many hours of trial and error you've had to go through to get this stuff in your head, and you're giving it away.
And most of mine was completely self. I guess. I mean, a lot of this stuff I did on my own. I mean, I did quite a few things in college or school, and the basics, and of course, you all know me now. I could be in any class in college, and I could turn that, or in high school, I could turn it into a catfish seminar of some sort. I could turn my biology class into, dissecting cat, because I'd be so dogged with the teacher. I'm like, hey, I'll bring them in. I'll bring bullheads in. I don't want to deal with frogs. We all know what frogs are like. Let's get some catfish in here. Let's do a study on whether catfish can see color or not. And then a lot of times they're like, well, we don't have class to do it, but you can do it on your own, and you have to basically provide your own materials and your own stuff and whatever, and they would let me do it. Thank goodness. I mean, I was even in art classes that I drew catfish, of course. Not all the time, but I able to, do a few things on catfish.
Yeah, it's if I had the opportunity in school to grab that stuff up and do research on something I was passionate about, it would have made school a lot better.
Yeah. Yeah, and so, you can imagine some of my stuff that I did in school, any of the voluntary stuff like term papers and things like that, it was either furniture or catfish. So that was it.
Yeah, Country Boy says there's no books or magazines that cover the area that he fishes. So, this is the only way he can get information is coming in and asking and stocking up on knowledge. Sounds like Stand 3 had a good night. 14 fish and 2 hogs.
Yep. That's Stan's kind of a kid after my own heart, because at his age I was doing hard on on catfishing. I went to lots of different rivers, and my thing was if it was water, I was interested in it. If it looked good to me, I wanted to go fishing. That's one of the reasons why I bought a jet. I bought a jet outboard with my original 18-foot, 8-foot wide sea arc that I could jump rocks and logs and sticks and beaver dams and whatever else.
Yeah.
And so I just went a little bit. Well, not a little bit. I went a lot catfish crazy. For a lot of years, and I kind of ran my life so I could do it. It just is one of those things. And I had a lot of fun doing it. I gained a lot of knowledge from it, and I proved myself wrong a lot. I would get ideas or theories or hypotheses because of 1 or 2 fishing circumstances. But being able to fish every day or 4 days a week or 5 days a week, I found that my preconceived notions needed to be changed and molded and moved, and some of them were like completely wrong. I used to think more like the newer catfishermen, like, well, if I was a catfish, I'd be in that warm water discharge. And it only took me a season and a half, in the wintertime to just totally blow that out of the water. Except for if you're on lakes. If you're in lakes, the bait fish shove up into that, that warm water stuff. But if you're in rivers, very rarely is there a situation where it's a consistent thing where you'll find big catfish in warm water discharges on a major river. They're 10 miles up or 10 miles down or 2 miles up, 10 miles. It just didn't make sense to my human mind. I thought, why would they be doing that? There's no bait fish down there. But I didn't realize that it's against their nature for that entire winter, especially flatheads, channel cats, to venture into areas where they are in danger. And they're in actual physical danger because if it freezes solid and they become immobilized, they're too shallow in water, they can't make it through the winter. Their whole thing is to survive.
Yeah, that makes total sense. Unnecessary risk. So, yeah, right there. Roger says if you see a winner, they failed 1,000 times to get where they.
Roger Anderson, you're pretty spot on with that.
Yep.
You gotta have failures to learn, and you gotta scratch your head every once in a while and go, is that really what I was thinking back then? And now I have proof. I thought channel cats were not going to go up into shallow water during high sunlight and skinny water, like barely over their backs. I was wrong. I'm wrong about that. I was wrong about certain baits. I was wrong. I thought that I could attract catfish by chumming, and I worked 2 seasons on that, and it's impossible. I've never been in a situation on a natural river where I could chum, and I'm telling you, I would have 2-liter bottles full of shad slime and scales. And it wasn't watery. It was shad slime and scales. I would have blood. I would have this. I would have chummed. I mean, I chummed up. I would bring my shad home that was left from a trip. I would put it through one of those hand grinder meat grinders and pack it in bags, poke holes in it, hanging over the sides of my boats. I mean, I was convinced that because there are freshwater sharks, that I could somehow drum up a better bite, or I could call them from a distance. So I would know where they're at. Okay, I already marked them, and I would go 100 yards above them on like a decently currented, meandering flat. And I thought I could call those fish up here. It never happened, ever. I could not get them, and I know they could smell it. But if they were not willing to move, they're not coming there. And, for a scientific fact to happen, it has to happen time and time again. You can't happen one time, because who's to say that I didn't just fish that flat and those catfish were already moving? It's that same thing. It's like, did I knock on the wood? Did that cause this flathead to bite the thing because I knocked on the wood? Not necessarily. So that's when I started to figure out that whole location is the best bait. It didn't matter if I used cut up garter snakes. It didn't matter if I used moles. It didn't matter if I used rabbit parts. I used to raise rabbits young, and so I would use rabbit lungs because I heard about it from the old men. I would use kidneys. I would use this. I would use that. I would use ham and this and that and the other. When I went to a pond or a lake, that stuff worked pretty well. But when I went to a natural river, it didn't work very well.
Right.
So I started to formulate this whole thing, the different lake fish that has choice, but to get up and move and take advantage of everything it can take advantage of. River fish are actually spoiled. It comes to them. You want to put it in humanistic terms. They're spoiled. They can afford to be picky, especially a shad-based river. When you've got small, young of the year shad like this, they can be big channel cats so picky that they only want a little shad like that. You got a big shadhead, they don't want it. They can be picky at times. I've seen blues where if you're not throwing moon eye, you might as well go home. You can have skipjack, you can have Asian carp, you can have this, you can have that, but if you're not throwing moon eye, you just might as well just pack it up and go home. I've seen that. It doesn't happen all the time, but it'll happen in a swath of time. I've seen it with flatheads where if I'm not throwing a silvery bait with a glowing eye, might as well go. If I'm throwing dark green sunfish, clear water, late season, in basin holes or bridge abutments, or maybe on even rock riprap. I got two silvery fresh cut moon eye, and my bluegills are getting ignored, and so are my green sunfish. So is whatever else I throw. And so I only had 4 moon eye, so my bites quit. I've got a guide trip. I got to go get more moon eye. I go get more moon eye, go to the exact same spot, and I start picking up more fish. I mean, and if it happened once, I put out. But it's happened time and time again. 2006 and 2007, it was so exaggerated that I had 2 months of flathead behavior where if you weren't throwing a silvery bait, and you could throw a white bass, you could throw a live moon eye, you could throw a live shad, or you could throw shad heads, you could throw anything silver. And that worked really, really. Anything dark did not for some reason. You could throw a quillback because it's all silvery and stuff. But there was so much bait in the water then, they could be picky. They could start to sight feed. It was fairly clear water for the Mississippi because our area here will clear up. As long as there's not a bunch of, rain coming in, it'll clear up to where you can literally see fish, like even in August, 10 feet down when you're, reeling them in.
Hey, before we get too far, Kevin had a question here. He says, when I tried the bridge for flatheads that we were talking about, how long is too long to wait for a bite?
I happen to think that if Kevin goes during the pre-spawn period, he will never ask that question again, because I don't think it'll take more than 10 minutes. I saw the bridge, I saw the current that's going on it, I saw the lack of cover everywhere else, and I saw that it's a neck down. So I think that bridge is and I would probably have to see more of it to guarantee it. But what I've seen so far, I guarantee there's flatheads there. I could go up there and say, yeah, I got to have the right bait. I got to have some live shad, especially for that, where he's at. The shad is the big forage base there. I want some live shad, and I don't care if they're only 3 inches long. I want some good live shad. I want some. Maybe I'd even take some bluegills if that's possible. I'd take some white perch if there's white perch in there, and I think there is. I would definitely take white perch. And I
think
would
they
throw
got
those
perch.
things or even to the side. I'd even throw a rod out, because they're going to be in that vicinity somewhere.
Right.
There is going to be a lot of on maybe the back, also the front side. So, it's a stick and move approach. So I would anchor up in front of it if you could, throw to it where current's crushing into it like this. I would also tie up to it on the side. I'd tie up to the front. I'd put rod straight down and I'd put something out. And I would just hop that bridge. I would both pillars. I would just move around, and I think he's going to know if there's going to be flatheads there at probably the first anchor, if not the second anchor, if not the third or fourth or fifth. But don't spend like an hour waiting for them to come out, because sometimes they just don't come out. Sometimes you just got to get it.
Yeah, and I guess I kind of think that's what the question was, is, even if you're going to fish that bridge hard, how long, you present your baits, how long do you give them before you decide, okay, let's move and see, try it again?
10, 15 minutes, as long as you're going to probe it good. And he can fish it during the day, especially during the pre-spawn period, which has come up for them out there. And yes, he said the bluegill and the perch. I remember there's blueback herring. Now I do remember, because I actually, my wife and I fished that on our honeymoon, believe that or not, one day with Joe Gross down there. But yeah, I mean, even if he has to go to the bait shop and get some of those blueback herring, which are only 6 inches long, but definitely have some of those. Even if they're cut bait, even if you can keep them, that's good. That's good. So, but because the flatheads, they're not real great at grabbing a hard body bait. Sometimes they like the softer silver stuff, like we were just talking. But if I was going to go fish that bridge, I would definitely have, since it's not really a shad based, it's a blueback herring based. I'd have blueback herring, I'd have white perch, I'd have bluegill, I'd have whatever else bait, and I would systematically pick that bridge apart, especially when you're trying it. So if you go the first time it doesn't catch any, that doesn't mean that they're not there. That most likely means that they just weren't biting that day. You got to try a primary spot like that 2 or 3 different days, whether you put it on your list or you cancel it off your list. But with flatheads, you can't do like you can with channel cats or blues. With channel cats or blues, you move into a good looking spot and you fish it once, it's pretty much clear that, I'm not going to put a whole bunch of faith in it, but I'm going to try it again, and I'm going to mark stuff first. The problem with flatheads is you can't mark them very well. So you're going to have to go on faith, kind of. You're going to have to say, okay, this is the right current, it's the right cover, it's the right whatever. And so that's the next thing I want to talk to Kevin about. If there's no current on that bridge, it's going to be less productive. But if there's current, like I saw in his video, it should be very productive, especially because there's nothing else around it. And I got to think, the idea in my mind, the channel on me there when it's going into the river. And he could probably correct me if I'm wrong, because all I saw was the bridge and the current on the bridge. But I see flatheads in that video shot.
Kevin says he's going to try it this weekend.
Might be a little early, but probably not out there. If people are catching flatheads, go try it.
Yeah, down that way, some good flatheads being caught. I talked to a guy today who's he caught like 6 or 7 flatheads this week that were over 30 pounds. And he said they're coming alive.
So, Roger, what did Creel have to say? I saw you popped his thing there. I'm always interested in what Creel's got to say.
Well, first of all, he was surprised we were still on. He came in to watch the replay, and we're still live. So
Okay.
he said, when the River Warrior and the Professor on the screen, it's an epic event. I don't know if I have a whole lot to offer, but
it's kind of funny. One of my old names was Catfish Warrior years ago.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Yeah, Roger wants to know if you're going to go live, Kevin. No, he's not sure yet. Crail said he caught one lonely flathead on Saturday. We got lucky today. We caught 2 flatheads. They weren't very big, but every flathead's a special fish to me. And we were at 44-degree water, so it was kind of a surprise. But all right, Kevin, thanks for tuning in, and you have a good night, buddy.
Hey, Roger, throw me up another link. I'm going to go out and come back in. You're getting staticky now.
Sure. Yeah, his sound was getting low, getting awfully staticky. He's got bad service internet connection where he's at, so it's often a struggle. But as long as we can make most of it out, we're still pick apart all the information. He's actually been pretty good tonight as far as being able to pick him up. He's had just a little bit of issues. J&S Outdoors, hey, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate you being here. It's a late night chat tonight, but we're having fun talking about catfish. We got Tim Scott in here. It's old Tim Scott's birthday today. If anybody in chat didn't know that, happy birthday, Tim, again. So I've already caught multiple flatheads this year, but they didn't equal up to Stan's one monster flathead. That was a great fish. Pressure boy, did you see my question? Let me scroll back up, buddy, and see if I see it real quick. This looks like I missed something. I was once told big fish may only feed every 3 or 4 days. Is this true?
This is true.
Good question.
It is true. The other thing we need to talk about, if a person wants to go target big flatheads, you got to realize that big flatheads are a very small percent of the population. Naturally.
Right.
Then when you throw in heavy fishing pressure or commercial fishing pressure, then they're exaggeratedly a smaller percent of the population. So the odds of contacting a truly big flathead get lower and lower once you throw all those variables into it. Because a natural population of, let's just pick a number, I think a flathead over 50 pounds is what I consider the bottom of the trophy for me. Okay, so I'm looking for fish that are 50, 60, 70, 80 pounds. And there are some pools on the Mississippi that's impossible because they're nearly impossible. The river doesn't lend itself well to being able to pinpoint big flathead location. And that's part of the problem with the Ohio River. The Ohio River is more of a subtle river. It doesn't have those super X spots like the Mississippi does. Okay. Now, that's not something that I'm just not even going to try for big flatheads, because while subtle, you will still find spots on the Ohio that consistently hold really big flatheads, especially during the pre-spawn. Now, they'd be able to lay anywhere in the post-spawn on the Ohio, because that Ohio River current is fairly gentle, and a flathead could sit wherever he wants. It's the same thing with Tennessee. So you got to basically throw out your current, and you're back to a lake situation, especially in the post-spawn, when the river gets slow and it's low and there's not a whole lot of current to pick out. So there are inherent problems with being able to target large flatheads consistently. But if a guy looks for certain things, and one is overhead cover. So you're talking about overhead, especially sunken overhead cover, especially in that mid-range. So if I'm going to the Ohio, I am going to look at the map and I'm going to say, okay, I want a defined creek, an old creek channel. I want one that swings close to the bank. I want to see some wood cover that's fallen in. I want to see some big rocks. I want to see a sunken barge. I want to see an old bridge that's been imploded. I want to see certain stuff that I'm going to be able to say, okay, it's likely that if I do have a giant flathead, he's in this kind of cover because it can protect it from other fish. I don't want that super deep stuff. That gets down to just like the game Battleship.
Mm-hmm.
You want each, that's the game Battleship. I don't like to play Battleship any of these fish. I want to see them. I want to clear there. I want to have an intuition that I'm going to be on, big fish because of their habitat. And so if and I've caught big flatheads in lakes too. It's just a big chore. It took me 7 days to catch a fish over 80 pounds on a lake one time. 7 straight days. And I ended up catching it in kind of an unconventional situation. It was basically a straight down, rock wall like this. And I had to stuff sticks into the cracks because, on a lake, there's no current to hold you. So I stuffed a stick in this crack, and a stick in that crack, and tied off small rope to it. And I was fishing straight down with blueback herring about 4 to 6 inches. And I was basically matching this, 65, 70 foot of water in early May in basically Kentucky. So, and I caught one of the bigger flatheads I've ever caught. And that's the one that was in that Secret Fish Pros book. Because they got me down there so that I basically guide them onto enough fish to complete this book. And it was not easy in the beginning because it's a lot of open water, it's a lot of deep water. The creeks are too shallow. Once you get the wood into the back creeks, it's too shallow. It's small flathead and small, and big channel cat habitat. But the big flatheads and the big blues, which there isn't, it wasn't a big blue populated, it was a small population, but they do have some big fish in there. But make a long story short is I try to, when I'm going to a new area, if I'm going to try for flatheads, I'm going to try to look at the map. I'm going to try to, and now we have navionics, which makes it even easier because then I don't have to cover so much water. I can pick my areas out by navionics, and I'm going to try to find those really critical spots. And then if it's post-spawn, I'm going to put a lot of time in on each one. If it's pre-spawn, I'm going to put 10, 15 minutes, and I'm going to move. Biggest flat I've ever caught, approaching 90 pounds.
90 pounds?
Yeah.
Dang.
It's in one of my videos. It's in a picture. And then I've caught other ones that were like 78, 79, like 80, 81, 82. Some of the flatheads I've caught were actually longer than the Mega Monster Blue. They were like 62 inches.
That's some big fish, man. Austin's in the house. Thanks for tuning in. He's asking what are some of the best flathead bait?
All right, this is a very short question with a very long answer.
Yes.
Which most catfish answers for me is very long. But I'll give you my top 3 short answer. My top 3 short answer is, and first we have to talk about where I'm fishing first. If I'm fishing my favorite, which is a natural big river, I'm going to go with, if I want a bait that is most likely to get a bite from a big flathead, and I have a great success rate on hookup ratio, I'm going to pick a live shad, a live moon eye, or a live white bass. But there's a problem with that. Live shad, live moon eye, are difficult to keep alive. Okay. And I'm going to need 50 baits in a day if I hope to contact a big flathead. I can't just go to one spot and just wait it out. I mean, I can, but I have to do that in a post spawn because the big flatheads are constantly shuffling from spot to spot on areas that they're going to take over. And remember, the big flathead population is small. So I'm going to come in contact with a lot of 5 to 20 pound flatheads in a day's time. All right. But I hope to intercept one of those big flatheads on that epic cover. So if I have to go deal with shad, which I've had to certain years, I have no choice but to up anchor, go 4 miles, go catch more shad and bring them back and keep going. And I've had to do it. I don't like to do it.
All right.
That's all around bait. And let me preface this with, first, it's ease of getting them, and second, it's ease of keeping them, and it's ease of transporting them back and forth, because I can catch it from the Mississippi River, bring it back to my tank. I can have 500 regular bluegills and green sunfish in my tank, and they'll last for forever if I want to keep them.
Yeah.
But I can keep shad alive, but I can't keep shad alive in the hotter water period without running a chiller, and that's pretty darn expensive on 1,000 gallons. So I have to choose my battles. I have caught giant flatheads on pretty much every bait you can imagine, from cut mooneye to cut skipjack to cut bluegill to cut whatever, you know. And I'm saying giants being 40 and above. You know, I've caught them on everything you can think of as far as live. I caught them on some stupid things every once in a while. But so you've got regular bluegill because of ease and transportation. And I can keep up to 50 in one of my coolers, just running an aquarium pump off of my regular battery, okay, in my boat. Second is green sunfish. Third is going to be whatever cut bait I can get, as long as it's fresh, and as long as it's silvery, and as long as it's still giving out electrical signals. So that's my top 3. I like baby carp too, but I can't get them. I can't get them consistently. I can't get suckers that are small enough consistently. I can get the big giant ones, but I don't like the big giant ones.
Austin, appreciate that, buddy. A lot of good information, a lot of good talent. Even just right here in chat, there's a lot of experienced anglers out there that have a lot of information to offer. So welcome to the community. You'll love it. Stick around.
Roger, I should say this. I'm really impressed with the knowledge and the poise of the guys that go into these chats. They're very upbeat. They want to learn, and they have knowledge to share. And there's not a bunch of squabbling and disagreements like there used to be 20, 30 years ago. I mean, catfish message boards and chats, it was nothing but a big Facebook drama thing. For the most part, you had the guys that like to release them into the grease, and they're tormenting the catch and release guys, and the catch and release guys are warring against, you know, the bank pullers and the trout liners and all that stuff. And I don't see any of that stuff anymore. I mean,
pretty much. I mean, even with the different species, you know, we tease the bass anglers and call them ditch pickles and all that kind of stuff. But when it comes down to it, I mean, there's really no drama or squabbling.
No.
I think the only thing that everyone is passionate about and in agreement with is the commercial fishing and the devastation that it has to the rivers. And everybody agrees on it, really. So
if there wasn't any devastation, if there wasn't any actual fishing decline, we wouldn't say anything. We'd be like, oh, you know, whatever. But I've seen it where a commercial fishing crew will come to a pool on the Mississippi and pretty much wipe out the big fish in just a month. I mean, especially with the Pele guys. And I think the Ohio River has, especially in the Kentucky area, has been hit harder than any other place because it's so close to the location of where it is. It's, you know,
Yeah. Yep. I like to fish the West Virginia bordering waters a little bit better because West Virginia and Ohio doesn't allow the commercial fishing.
Yep.
Once I get into Kentucky bordering waters, it's a free for all. There's hoop nets, gill nets. You never know what you're going to run into.
Well, I've been to places where there's a bank pole every 20 feet.
Yeah.
As far as the eye can see, and they're all targeting flatheads. I don't go back because if if something's pressured like that, I know that the chances of a flathead surviving in a small to mid-sized river that is of the caliber to catch is very low. Very low. I mean, you go in there in June, in there in July, you go in there in August. The Wabash River around Terre Haute was one of those, and I'm sure you're familiar with that. And we peeled in there, and it's great flathead-looking water, but there's a bank pole every 5 to 20 feet for miles. I'm like, yeah, we're not coming back here. It's not worth my time to travel it. You know, I might fish it a little bit more if it was in my backyard, but I'm not going to some place that they don't give 2 cents of the life or the population of flathead fishing as far as sport fishing goes. If it's just meat, I don't want to go there.
Right. Stan 3 asks, do you think that bait caught out of the same water works better than bait caught from another body of water?
Nope. Not for flathead, it doesn't.
No. And you kind of got to be careful with that. Watch your rules and regulations transporting live fish from bodies of water to body to water. I won't say that I've never caught shad at my trusty spot and sent it downriver catfishing. That'd be a lie.
Well, Roger, the VHS thing, it's almost no different than the Corona thing. The VHS, yeah, it was a big panic. What caused most of that? Where some states don't allow you to transfer especially live fish, and some states try to tell you that not even transfer fish that have been frozen from one body to the other.
Yeah.
And I'm no virologist, but VHS, Corona, all that stuff does not. It's because it's got an RNA and a DNA, just like anything else. They do not last being frozen. So if I caught shad in my local creek and I put them in there, even if they had VHS, it's not surviving that. And I know this because of my background. But just because they have to formulate laws based on the lowest common denominator, they just say, well, we just outlaw all of it. So it really doesn't make sense as a law to me. And as somebody that grew up catfishing from the early 1980s and late 70s, back in the day, there was no law about that. And I drug baits from every single location, blah, blah, blah. Did they survive? No, they don't survive. Where I'm fishing, if I have a chub from a creek, and I go 100 miles over here and throw them into the Illinois River or the Mississippi River, chubs are not river fish. They're creek fish. They're not going to survive. Mm-hmm. Bluegills, they may, but as far as where I'm throwing, I don't suspect any bait that I lose last very long. Now, could a flathead catch be? I think if it was that prevalent, I think we'd see outbreaks of diseases in low fish populations like in panic mode. I don't think I think it was one thing, and as far as I don't know, it's probably a good thing not to transport stuff, but
right.
I just know used small carp or bluegill or goldfish, wild goldfish. I've used bowfin used bullheads for bait from all kinds of areas, and I don't notice a difference that one works better than the other in any body of water.
Yeah. This is a good question from Whiskers and Stripes. He's talking about how you feel about the skipjack population now that catfishing, the rise in popularity, and what it's doing to the skipjack population. I got my thoughts. We'll hear yours.
All right. I am not a skipjack expert, but I do happen to know about fish populations and what happens to certain levels. Now, of course, you've got a period here. So you've got where the top predators are at the top, and then somewhere along there they're not at the bottom. Your shad, your suckers, and quillbacks and things that don't necessarily, they're not predators. They're usually at the bottom. So those are going to be your most. There's going to be ebb and flows of populations of top end predators, meaning from the top down the side of them. So skipjack, being that they are what I would consider since they don't feed on, they're not scavengers. They may feed on bugs. They definitely feel when they're little. And so we're giving them that middle classification. And their populations ebb and flow according to seasons, how hard the winter's been, how much flood water you've got, how much bait is available for them to eat at that right size. Because we all know, if you know anything about skipjack, you know that they will target certain sizes. Like if you're throwing a jig that's this, they may not be on it at all. They may want just that right size. We kind of know a little bit about it. Populations, of course, will ebb according to all those little events and little things like that. The one thing that is really hard about figuring out a population's rise or decline, and one thing I believe that's hard on skipjack in general, is the Asian carp population eating a lot of the plankton that the shad needs, that the small shad needs to proliferate to such high numbers that the skipjack are going to have plenty of the right size bait that they need to proliferate well. And any of these populations, if their prey species drops, so will the creatures that prey on them. It's just a fact. I mean, So then you add in the popularity of catfishermen using an abundance of these fish will have an effect on the population. But there's a lot of skipjack, and I worried about hurting the mooneye population of catfishermen as well, until I found out that mooneye inhabit a lot more of the river than I thought. I can get mooneye in very small niche areas where it is possible to catch them, either on rod and reel or by net. But there's a whole population that no one ever sees. Okay, I believe that's skipjack as well. I believe that skipjack hang deep in a lot of these places, and they only make themselves available at certain times, morning, evening, certain, whatever. I mean, and that's from listening and catching mooneye myself. Now, I have noticed that the population in my neck of the woods of skipjack has declined over the years, and I believe it is not due to catfisherman pressure. I believe it is due to the fact that they have most of the warm water discharges shut down now. There was a couple of warm water discharges that I could net as many skipjack as I wanted, especially the young of the year, which was about 8 inches long by the time August hit. As soon as they shut one down, they shut another one down. I don't find those small fry skipjack. Now, we have them on the Illinois River, and the same is true there. They shut those plants down. That just eliminated places where I could successfully net them. Otherwise, I got to try to sneak up on them and catch them, and they're spooky as all get out. Everybody knows that. When you get your boat halfway close to them within a cat, they're gone. You got to wait, or you got to anchor up, or you got to do whatever. There's certain dams that have lots of skipjack, and then certain other ones that don't. So, I mean, if I was what does Creel call them? A slicker. calls them slickers.
Slicker. Yeah.
Yeah, and yes, lots of habitat. You get, so if I was a slicker fisherman, you could bet know a lot more about them than I do. But I don't need them like a lot of catfishermen do. I like them. I prefer them sometimes. But if I don't catch skipjack, it's not going to end my fishing trip.
Right. Yeah, I've heard some people say that certain areas, mostly on the Tennessee River, have experienced decline in the skipjack they're able to catch anyway. Because I've said the same thing here. I was like, well, where are the skipjack run up to the dams in the spring and in the fall. Where are they the rest of the year? I mean, they didn't just evolve from nothing. They've been here the whole time, but where have they been?
Right. Right. And anytime, I mean, if there's enough fishermen going after crayfish, I did say slicker, didn't I?
You did.
I just complete. All right. So let's just say that if you have a lot of fishermen after a certain species, we're going to have an effect. Now, how big that effect is, I don't know. But there's no doubt that we have the as skipjack get more popular. They do that as a commercial business now.
Right.
On the Tennessee River. They get skipjack and they sell it. I mean, you can find skipjack in almost every bait shop. You couldn't 20 years ago. Until Jim Moyer made skipjack popular, the average catfisherman knew nothing about skipjack as a catfish bait. At one time, I didn't know anything about mooneye being a catfish bait. I just thought they were the weirdest fish in the river, and I just threw the mooneye back and kept the shad until I figured it out. And I was like, oh, was I doing the wrong thing for like 10 years?
Yeah. That's a new bait for me. I haven't fished for mooneye much. I definitely am going to try harder this year. Any tips on mooneye fishing?
Yes. Fast water and overhead cover. Mooneye do not like light. So if you have barges that are consistently and for a long time and there's boils coming off the back, you go up to the back of them, especially evening or at night, and throw those boils as close to the barge as you can get, and you will catch mooneye if they're there. All right. Some pools have more mooneye than others that are accessible. You know, mooneye go deep in the cold water period. No one catches mooneye but the walleye guys. The walleye guys are catching them in 40 to 60 foot of, especially like below dams when you have a slower current, deep water pool. They'll catch them jigging with night. You can also catch them at bridge pillars. You can catch them if there's shade and some sort of object that can have those river bugs. And, you know, the ones that they eat where I'm at are, you know, when you pull up a stick and you throw it in the deck of your boat, and then all of a sudden all those little creepy, crawly little worm looking things. They look like a real skinny, tough maggot. That's what they eat. They also eat mayflies and large hatching. So if you find some sort of fairly deep flow, mooneye never quit swimming. Never. They never quit swimming. And they S-shaped. They're not like skipjack that swim like this. They swim and they never stop swimming. If you've got a like a small offshoot dam, those big ones, sometimes they'll have double dams where the main water comes through one way. You're not allowed to get up to it, but you can get up to like a small low head or something that generates power. You want to throw in the boily, fast water. It's kind of weird and dangerous, but once you get onto it, you'll know. And the mooneye, since they don't like light, it's a lot easier to catch them after dark. It's a lot easier to catch them early in the morning. And you can fish for them, too. They'll hit night crawlers. They'll hit crickets, worms, all kinds of stuff. But it's a finicky little thing. They got a lot of teeth. They got teeth on their tongues.
Yeah, it took me a couple hours to figure out how to set the hook on one. I was using crickets. That's what everybody recommended, and mealworms. And that bobber would just barely move once. That was it. They had your bait. It's gone. And it took me a good little bit to figure out how to get them hooked up. And I started catching them finally, but by the time I got onto them, it was the sun was out, and they were starting to move out already. But
so moon eye are frozen bait. They're better than shad, but they're not a great bait. Fresh is the best, especially for flatheads. Live is pretty good. But for blues, holy moly. I mean, we used to call the corner of my boat corner of death because we would use so much moon eye when we could get them, really prevalent. And we were onto the blue cats so hard and heavy, we would be rebaiting new pieces of moon eye. And some of these moon 18 inches long and like 4 inches high. And we're half of a moon eye and hooking it through the head and throwing them out with their big giant stuff and the big donkey weights and catching 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 pound blues pretty much over fist. And if we get on that situation, I would love to do a live where I have marked the fish, move up above them with the right stuff, and show you guys what that is all about, because you'll never get the idea in a video, because I can't do a video long enough that would show a day when it's on, when it's fast action with those blues. Because, I mean, the fights are 30 minutes, sometimes 15 minutes. If you're in really big fish, sometimes you got 45-minute fights, and you might have 2 or 3 on at one time.
That's crazy.
But let's go to this one here. Country Boy Catfishing says, why do the flatheads eat all the mud cats over other baits? Now, I'm assuming he's calling mud cats bullheads, or bullheads mud cats. He could also be talking about what other people call a willow cat, which would be a madtom, M-A-D-T-O-M. There's about 7 or 8 species, and I believe there's 2 to 3 basically what people would call willow cats, which are madtoms, down in the Oklahoma, Texas region. So maybe he could fill me in whether he's talking about bullheads or madtoms. Madtoms are in the catfish family. They're long and slender. Matter of fact, I might even post a picture of one because we have them in my local river here. But I never use bullheads or madtoms for bait anymore. I used them for years, and they were lackluster where I fish. Now, it's possible that they preferred prey fish of a flathead in Country Boy Catfishing's home waters. And there are things that happen like that.
Yeah. I used, we call them yellow bellies down here, mud cats, whatever. Okay. I've used them, and I just never had consistent results. I won't say I never caught a fish on one, but I used a lot of them over a long period of time, and I never had consistent results. I did much better with, shad, skipjack, bluegill.
And I had the same experience, So if I was to take bullheads to my milk run, big flathead spots on the Mississippi River, I'm going to catch some. There's no doubt. But then there's some I'm not going to catch. And I know this. They don't even like those hard box sometimes. But if I use them a certain 2 weeks a year, and that's basically the weeks right spawn, in shallower water than 10 feet, they seem to excel. I don't have access to them like I do because they're basically pond fish. And I used to have access to some of these ponds around here, but they've all been sold to other people in Chicago, and you didn't even see them. And there's just no way to get permission.
Yeah, they're not in my area. There's not a big population of them, at least that I know of, and they're just not. They're not worth the time and effort I have to put in to try to catch a few of them. I'd rather just go throw the cast net and load up on some shit and be good to go.
Yeah, and a lot about a per feet is. To Stan says, do I hold any state records? I've broken the Illinois state record 5 times.
Dang, go on.
but I never once, and that's on flatheads. I'm not even counting the blues. I never once entertained the idea of killing fish. State, and that I've called with a flathead or two and said, okay, Mr. DNR officer, I can keep this fish alive for approximately 3 more hours, but I will not keep it in the boat longer than that. And I said, will you come down such and such boat? And he said, absolutely not. He said, this is what you got to do. And they're basically reading me the pamphlet, the same pamphlet that you get with your fishing license. You are to wrap it in newspaper, take it home, and put it in the freezer, and they will get to it in their own sweet time. And I'm not willing to kill a fish that possibly, and this is the way I think about it, because I was involved in some of those studies, a fish of that caliber, over 80 pounds, was possibly a small fish when the first Model T ran off the assembly line. Think about that one.
That's crazy.
When Henry Ford put out his first Model T and he drove over the Mississippi River on that bridge, that flathead could have been alive underneath that. So and flathead, I've never heard of one. I've never even eaten one because I've reared fish. They're badass. They're the lions. They're the cheetahs of the water, and I just won't do it.
Apex predator, buddy.
They are.
Yeah, I'm the same. I've never eaten or kept I'll take it back. I think my first flathead I caught, I didn't even realize how. I didn't, 13 or 14 years old, I didn't even realize what I had. It was a big fish. I've got the picture here somewhere. It's a pretty goofy picture of me as a young guy, but the smile on my face when I caught that dude, it was hooked.
Oh, yeah.
I think that might have been the only flathead I ever kept my entire life.
I started fishing flatheads on my home waters here when I had to ride my bike from town 4 miles to this little Spoon River here. And I did not know that there wasn't flatheads in this river. So I tried. It was the only place I could get to. So from about 9 to probably 14, I never caught a flathead, but I tried almost every time. I always had a live bait out. I always whatever, and I always ended up catching channel cats on my live chubs or my live suckers, my live whatever. And so it's just one of those things. So y'all are fortunate that you have flatheads close enough to you that you can catch them early. Because man, I wanted to catch a flathead in the worst way. I'd seen them when my parents took me down to the Shelbyville Dam one time, and a guy had a 40-pounder in his trunk, and I thought it was the most crazy, meanest looking fish, and I just kind of fell in love with him since then.
Yep, I caught that first one, and my dad had a friend that would catch them, pretty regularly out of the creek. There's a small creek.
Yeah.
Not a small creek, but I mean it's not a river. And he would catch them 30, 40, 50 pounds, and man, my mind was blown. I'm like, oh my God, look at this thing.
Yes.
Yeah, and I knew then that this is a real fish.
Yeah. And I don't like tell people they're doing something wrong when I see them pulling up to the boat ramp with 150 bank poles and a bunch of green sunfish or bullheads or whatever. But it still it disappoints me because I know that's my big fish that I have caught are falling to some of the bank pole guys. I've seen poles in my areas, but I'm pretty careful to really advertise my areas because then if you do, the bank poles show up, and they're and they don't care if they're 78 pounds or 88 pounds or 90 pounds or even 100 pounds. A lot of times those things are nothing but food to these people. It's their legal right because our state hasn't put any regulations whatsoever on a catfish of any sort in anything but a lake. Yeah, those yellow ones, we catch something very yellow They're like they're the color of on your M corner. They're that bright. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just crazy. Some of them are green, some of them are this, some of them are that. You know.
Yeah,
But
it is so cool how many different colors they'll become.
Yep.
So I know the pigmentation on blues can change due to depth and UV and all that. Do we get the same thing? Flatheads,
hue.
hue.
They don't change color, but they change hue and they change intensity. So you could say that the root color will always stay the same. As they get bigger, as they start towards sexual maturity, that's when they get most of their, like some of the like pure yellow ones will get a little bit more greenish and a little bit more brown. You got your yellow, green, browns. Okay, then you have your gray, black, golds. Is kind of weird. But by the time those gray black golds get to 50, 20 pounds, they lose the gold a little bit, and then they start to be more of that black gray modeling. Some of them are light gray with black spots. Some of them, I mean, I've caught all the spectrum. But when I take them home, a lot of people think that it's because they're on a certain substrate. I've had them on every kind of substrate you could imagine, and they never change color. They'll change hue or intensity based on light or the lack of light. Brighten up a little bit and be less colorful, thicker water, and they'll be more dark black, the clearer water. It's kind of a thing. But flatheads don't seem to get suntan,
Right.
which kind of goes against the other two catfish because both of them get a suntan.
Yeah. Murillo's got a good question here. He said that do you still celebrate when you catch a smaller fish?
Yeah, I do because every fish is a unique challenge, and it depends. I'll fish for flatheads in rivers that they don't have any. There is no fish over 40 pounds. I mean, 40 pound would be a giant in the Scary River. I mean, an absolute giant. I've caught them up to 35 pounds in there, but I've never caught a 40. I've heard of a few 40. I don't know if they know what a 40 really is. Because a lot of times, and I know this for a fact, that, all the years of guiding, people get big eyes when they catch a fish. I've had many, flathead anglers in my boat that are swearing to God it's a 40-pound fish when it's really only 30. As a guide, you cannot rain on the parade that much. You just got to go, that's a
good one.
Fish. It's a good one. It's a good one. You can't get the, get the scale out. And, I did at one time, but now, I mean, I can guess them within a pound or so because I've weighed a lot of fish back in the day. I won't even weigh a big fish. I mean, I will if I absolutely have to. If I think that fish is going to be rough to weigh, just like that last one that I caught, my super mega monster, whatever I called it. But videotaping it, between measuring it, between the boat, the time of year, and the temperature of the water, I felt that weighing it would just increase the chances of that fish not doing as well as if I would have just, held it up, did the thing. I did put it on my lap. I made sure it didn't fall to the floor, made sure to release it correctly, stuff like that. And I have to look at myself in the mirror for that. Just do. I hold myself to a much higher standard than I do anybody else. I don't ever say, oh, look at the way that they treat it really egregiously bad. But let me get back to Murillo's answer.
Okay.
Or his question. So I don't get excited about 10-pound flatheads. I get excited about the fact that I was able to go in there and pick out certain fish and catch one, whether it's 5 pounds or 2 pounds or 20 pounds. But do I get that rush, that adrenaline rush from anything under probably 40 pounds? No, because I already know. I mean, I knew from the bite, I knew from the air, because I may fish lesser spots because fish spot are just not producing because I know they're not eating, blah blah blah. But I still want to go fish, so I'm going to move into some lesser areas, a little far, a little less, And I made a focus on that spot that I know that big fish there, and see them underneath the water. And if he'd be doing, there'd be a bait fish like that, and he'd be going, not doing it today, because I know I'm near him somewhere. I know I'm near one or two, but yet I might throw a perimeter bait and catch a 15-pounder. It's still pretty exciting, but do I get that adrenaline rush that takes like an hour to wear off after I catch an 80? No. I've heard people say that, and there's a lot of trap.
Hello. I'm still live. Oh yeah, we're still talking. That's my wife. She can't believe we're still on here.
Mm-hmm.
She's already off work and almost home.
Well, anytime you got to shut this down, don't hold it open because of me.
Well, my dog has been over here. She's probably got pee about as bad as I do now. All right, I'll see you here.
If you have to take a break, I can just do solo for a little bit.
All right, love you. Yeah, if somebody's got a question here for Tim, we can get him on another question. I need to let the dog out and let myself out too.
They've been really good questions so far. I'm really happy with the way people are thinking about this stuff. I really am. Yeah,
there's a lot of good questions. A good mixture of content available here. So I'm really enjoying it.
Really, really, really good content. Really good thinking. It does. Like if you get me and some of my longtime flathead crazy nuts in a boat, we might talk about some stuff that's so zen. It's pretty in depth and stuff like that. And every once in a while, I wish I would have had that on tape because we'll start talking about certain circumstances. Some of my tournament guys that I've known for 30 years, some of the guys that were involved in pro cats from years ago, and but when it really comes down to it. Some of the stuff is just, it's interesting, but it doesn't really necessarily help you catch fish. Like we might talk about I've got an electrician friend of mine, and he knows the ohms that, is involved in, live bait fish and live prey and all that stuff, and what the, all of the various perception pits do and all that crazy stuff. But when are you going to sing happy birthday to me? I already got happy birthday. That's enough. Yeah.
I think you'd be hard pressed to find an angler that isn't intentionally fishing for a trophy. I don't hate catching small fish, but I'm always hunting a big one. Yeah, boy, that's pretty much.
I think all of us that got into catfishing, we got into it because of the size of the fish and because of that wow factor of catfish. I mean, we may have started with little catfish and we like their attitude, we like the way they bite, we like the way they pull, we like the way they live, we like all that stuff. But when it really comes down to it, I believe that most catfishermen are in there some way, shape, or form, whether they're going to specifically target them or they're going to catch them by attrition. Just having being in catfish waters and just having a bait in the water of some sort opens the opportunity for that monster to actually come to you. Even if you're bank bound, you could. There's guys that have. Shoot, a former world record was caught off the bank at Texoma. It was 121 pounds in the winter on a shad that you could that your house cat could eat in 3 seconds.
People underestimate bank fishing. I know it's been said 100 different ways, but typically a bank fisherman's throwing out as far as they can, and a boat fisherman's getting close to the bank. There's no reason to There's a great question. I'm going to let the dog out.
Okay.
I'll let you get to that one, and I'll be right back.
Question. All right, country boy.
Come here, girl.
Do you think cats are still focused on structure as much during the spawn? To answer that question specifically, I think they're more focused on structure, which if, you know, and a lot of people, they say structure and they mean, sometimes they say structure and mean like things in the water, such as wood or rock or whatever. Structure is usually defined. The definition of structure is structure of the river. So that means whether it's a drop or whether it's a rise or whether it's just the contour of the river. That is structure. Cover happens to be the things that are in the water, or not necessarily natural to the water. So it's lay downs and root balls and you know, sunken barges, imploded bridges, train cars, you know, but generally when people are talking about cover, they're talking about wood, because that's the most common that you're going to have, especially in lakes or whatever. Now, if you were talking structure, like you were talking earlier with that road bed would be structure, because that is, it's basically the part of the earth. So, you know, you've got any road bed, you've usually got you've got the ditches, and then the rise of the road. You've got some rock rubble. You may have you know, old things that were around it. You may have old trees there, and it's just covered up with water. So, but the spawn itself, and I can talk about channel cats and flatheads specifically because I have a lot of experience with that spawning cover, and they are 100% attracted to certain pieces of cover as long as it's got the right current in a river, and then of course in a lake you just throw out current. So, you know, rocks, sticks, willows, they serve two purposes, three actually, if you want to know the truth. So anything that is cover, sticks, rocks, logs, barges, train cars, you know, the whole list, it's a concealment factor, because catfish are definitely an ambush predator. So, you know, when you're talking about channel cats, they love cover as far as concealment, but also attracting females during that spawn. And flatheads do the same. Flatheads will set up on certain cover and they will dominate it. And so they will put ownership over a piece of cover, especially if it has current and it would happen to bring them food, they can stay on it longer. So it's like their hotel room. So if you've got a real fancy house or a hotel room, you can attract pretty good females that way, right? If you've got a really crappy little trailer park off the beaten path that you're in, it's harder to attract females that you're interested in, and fish are no different as far as that goes. So, you know, flatheads and channel cats, they want to dominate these areas that females find attractive. It's like a nest or like a bird with the, you know, the fancy plumage, and it's got all the crazy colors, and it's, you know, doing its clucking, it's showing off, it's doing the dance. And flatheads don't have any way, and channel cats don't have any way of doing that. They don't have plumage. They can't carry things to their nest. They just got to occupy a great nesting zone, because then the prime female is attracted to that, and then they get to pass on their genes. They're going to be more successful. So when we're talking about cover and we're talking about structure, during the spawn, they're going to leave the structure that they're normally located on and opt more for the cover in shallower water that they can control. Then after, they are going to spread out and quit all that fighting for the most part, because that spawn, that's their big job. That is their project. That's it. They are gold diggers, Creole. They're absolutely gold diggers. and so you've got this situation where, you know, that big major focus that they spend all year on, they bulk up for it. It happens at the right time. They finally do the deed. The males, they protect the young, you know, they fan the eggs, protect the fry from other, encroaching invaders, blah, blah, blah. They fight each other ferociously, and flatheads take a complete beating. I've seen some that look so bad, you can't imagine that they're going to live that long. But they do. They repair quick. They're built for it, blah, blah, blah. Now, channel cats are going to hold on this cover, and they will also chase other fish out. They don't fight as much. You don't see them completely beat up like you do flatheads. But move into a cover that's got the right current, say a tree or whatever, and there's a little bitty drop, it's a little bit deeper, I can pretty much tell you where that big fish is going to be. So if you got a 15-pounder, a 9-pounder, like a 7 and a 6, all in this piece of cover, I can pretty much pick out what that 15 is going to come out of. Catch that 15, and throw back in and catch the 9 or the 12. It seems to be like it's in a single situation because that 12 wants to be there, but he can't because that 15's holding it. So, by the time you've caught the 15, you've caught the 12, you've caught the 9, I'm pretty 4-pound male on that same spot. And I can just leave all my rods out except for one. I can just target it like that. And it's that anachronistic. It's really kind of a cool thing. And I hope to get on that situation and film that very thing. Talk about it first. Here's a piece of wood. Throw the bait right to this one particular spot. Biggest fish, second fish, third biggest fish, fourth biggest fish. Now that doesn't work in a lake, but it works in a river because that current can separate them.
Right.
Kind of cool. And it sounds like a ridiculous fairy tale, but I have privilege enough with my jet that I can go up these rivers that have good channel cat in the main river, and they start migrating up, and then there's a barrier. So all the spots to get, it's harder to do that on a free-flowing, 200 river. It's just almost impossible. This is a special situation. It's like a petri dish where you can actually figure out the nature of these fish because they're compact in their population.
Stan, that's how serious you take your gut feeling over scientific knowledge.
I take my gut feeling pretty serious. I blend it. I blend it pretty well, because there's especially when I don't have enough time. Like if you're going to go to a diverse river situation and you're going to succeed in one day, it's not always possible because you only have one day. Maybe the conditions aren't right. Maybe it's too flooded. Maybe it's whatever. The conditions are right, and you start moving into places and you're not seeing what you want to see, or you're seeing them and they're just not biting. I'll have to go from pattern A to pattern B to pattern C. And sometimes I'll skip all the way to all the way to the middle, maybe pattern M, because of what I've seen in the first couple of things. I'm listening to the fish, like I talked about, I think. So, if I'm seeing a neutral or a negative bite, if I'm seeing fish set up a little bit more shallow than they should be, seeing them a little deeper than I should be, if I'm seeing them, if I'm seeing a lot of hits and spits with flatheads, if I'm seeing a lot of pecking around with big channel cats, because there's areas where if I'm in May, it's such a confined area, that's all that's there is big channel cats. I rarely catch a fish under 4 pounds. So if these fish are pecking my bigger baits, which for a channel cat might only be 2 inches long, I might have to switch down from a 5/0 circle hook down to a 2/0 circle hook, or sometimes a 1/0, which is about the size of a dime, and start using shad guts. Anybody that chases channel cats knows that they can afford to be picked, and they will be. And so, a lot of my customers, they're cat fishermen. They've read about it a lot. They do all that stuff, but they're so surprised when I say, those aren't little fish. They're like, oh, they're not pulling the rods down. They're just dinks. They got to be dinks. I'm like, no, they're not. They're big. You want to see? Hand me that tackle box. And I'll tie up a little tiny circle hook and put the shad gut for shad this big on it, and throw it out there with a little 1-ounce egg sinker in burning current. And all of a sudden, it's a 9-pound channel cat. Bam. Throw it out again. 8. Bam. 12. Bam. 15. And I'm like, okay. So are they little or are they? They're not. And so I love doing that type of stuff. Kind of breaking that rule that everybody's been taught by these, kind of armchair cat fisherman writers. And, that's why I started ProCats, because, my experience was so different than reading in Fisherman or reading any of these places. I'm like, this just isn't working. And notice here they prefer hard bottom flats to spawn, and wondered why. So CBC, if they don't have what I would classify as like a number one cover or a number one spawning habitat, they will go down the line to the next best available thing. If these hard bottom areas have a little cragginess to them that they can stick their eggs to, but yet there's just enough area that they can, kind of protect it, yeah, they'll opt for that if they have to. They're like anything else. We're picky creatures, but hey, if it gets to be late night and you don't have many other options, your expectations go from way up here to here in fishing. I've done it, you've done it, everybody's done it.
Yep.
You have high hopes and you go, well, that's not working, so I'm going to salvage this trip with whatever I can make work, and it may be way down on your list.
I just seen this pop in. I haven't read it yet. Your gut is based on applied science because you have experienced things so many times that even if theoretical science says it shouldn't work, you have enough results to have a gut feeling based on your experience.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of instinct that goes with it. You got to kind of, I don't know, got to, and I'm not claiming that I'm some sort of, guru or whatever that listens to the chakra or whatnot. But there are little things that, you get a feeling for, and you go, man, I really should go back to that bridge. I already fished it in the day, and I'm all the way downriver, but I need to go back to that bridge. And a lot of times for me, it pays off. My youngest son, he's really attuned to that stuff. Garrett and I, the oldest son, and I we'll be talking about fishing and all that, and we want to go fishing. And we say, Connor, you want to go fishing? He goes, nah. When he says,
I remember you saying that before.
Anyway, and usually it's a terrible bite. 9 out of 10 times it's a terrible bite. Very rarely does Connor, but when Connor says he wants to go, it's almost always a good bite. So there is something with some people that they can feel that, or deduct it, or whatever you want to call it. And I'm not claiming it's like some divine intervention. It's just some things you're in tune with. I'll walk out on my porch, and it's been a horrible bite day, and I'm at my house. I'll walk out on my porch and go, oh my gosh, I should have went because the bite's on right now. And I've been in it long enough and had that success when all that meets, the humidity and the density of the air and all that stuff comes crushing down, and maybe there's a storm looming off in the whatever. You go, yeah, I should have went. And it just wasn't conducive earlier, but now, yeah, it's real conducive.
Yeah. So this one here is: do you believe flatheads feed mostly at night?
Nope. I used to believe that. And
Me too.
I proved it wrong. I've been proving it wrong for 20 years, 25 years. And in May and June, I fish almost exclusively during the day because that bite shuts off compared to the daytime. The daytime is fantastic if you're taking the baits to them. Then the bite kind of shuts off. Like, I may catch 10 flatheads on an average trip in late May and the month of June. I might catch 20. I might catch 22, 25. I might catch 50 in a weekend. But almost all of them, 90% of them during those 2 months, that month and a half, come during the day. Now, is that necessarily because they shut off, or am I fishing different areas? Am I taking the baits to them, putting it in their face where they are? Yeah, I believe that. But I'm better at putting baits where I know they are than guessing where they're going to move to. If you get my meaning. I have very few spots that I fish that I am depending on flatheads coming to me, because they could just as easily go downstream as they can go upstream. Nobody ever said that flatheads, when searching for food, they might go across current, they might go downstream, they might go left, they might go right, they might go up. So I've really only got a 25% chance. I believe I have a better than 25% chance. I think the propensity for them to go upstream is a little bit better than sideways or downstream. But that's kind of splitting hairs. So, if I'm going to fish the front of a drop, let's just say I'm fishing shallow and it's the front of the drop like this. If it's a short one and I've already fished it, I don't feel comfortable sitting there at night. I need a long stretch, 100 yards, 200 yards, a mile, it doesn't really matter, of basically a highway that if they're going along this lip, this edge to the bank, if they can come and basically get stopped. Gosh, that's weird. Get stopped where I'm at, because I need that incline for them to kind of go around and actually find my bait, because flatheads are great at finding bait or live fish or detecting stuff, but it still has to get close enough to them. They can't detect it from like 50 feet. They have to be, a couple of feet away. So if I'm off on my bait placement on their travel routes, I'm off. And let's just say, do flatheads move every night? No. There's times when I know that they're not moving. They haven't moved during the day. They don't start moving at night. They've been fed in their deeper haunts. They don't need to move shallow. They don't need to move up to a ledge. They don't need to move up to a lip. They don't need to move. They don't even need to move, because there's bait fish that are constantly intersecting. They go, poof, and they're done. I mean, they may eat 2 or 3. They may be really voracious, whatever. But if I'm not getting bites after that bait has set for 15 minutes during the day, because I'm only asking them to move a short amount of time. But if they're unwilling to move and I got to go in after them, odds are they're not moving at night either. So I would say until I get to the month of August, then I start fishing at night. August, September is my night fishing thing. And I already know that it is way more difficult because the spawn's already over. They're spread out. The water's lower. They can sit out in that main channel off that drop anywhere. It's hard to pinpoint them at that point. So I'm going to use my ambush to ambush them. So I'm going to, and I may have to sit on a spot for a really big fish or even any fish at all. I may have to sit on a spot for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. I've literally stayed on the same spot if it's that good, if it's the best spot, best current, best everything. Yeah, I've kind of held people hostage while I said, we're not going home until we catch the big fish. And sometimes it comes at 3 o'clock in the morning. Caught a 78 at 3 o'clock in the morning. And we've been fishing since 8 o'clock that morning. Yep.
Yeah.
And that thing was a truck. It was a train. It was one of the hardest fighting flatheads I've ever seen. It was low water. There wasn't that much current. And, dude, that thing, and I was afraid of it getting back into a metal barge. And so I had to put the meat onto it. And, dude, I was sweating before that was over. I was so worried that thing was going to get in that barge. And I'm angling it so hard sideways, it's pulling the boat, all kinds of crazy stuff. And when it hit the surface, I told my net man, I said, do not get scared when you see the size of this fish, because people that haven't seen like 80 pounders, their scope is small, like a 40 or 50, and then it widens out as it hits the surface, and they freeze, or they jam the net. Or I've seen all kinds of stuff happen. I've seen customers think that they have a 40 or a 50, and then it comes up as a 60 or a 70, and they immediately pull up too hard because it actually scares them. Yeah. And I learned I put my hand on their shoulder like this. I'll stand next to them as they're fighting this fish. I'm coaching them. And I say, do not get surprised by this fish. Don't get wore out and start horsing it. Don't get surprised by this fish. I said, do everything in your power not to jerk, because once that head's up, it's just that hook and you and that line. I said, you'll break that. I've seen it happen. And luckily, it takes long enough They don't just pop up right away. Usually they get a chance as you start talking to them to where you can coach them in that. And the common thing was, that's not going to fit in that net. I'm like, yeah, it will, because I've already landed 62-inch fish in that net. But I had a pretty big net. It's not as big as the one I use. But if you can get that flathead's head and like at least some of its body in there and scoop up underneath it, yeah, it goes. I've had to lip some, which
I imagine.
Used to lip them all.
I agree with Country Boy here. Talking about catching them in shallow water. Man, that's fun when you catch them in shallow water.
Yeah.
I was always I think it was Ted Ellenbecker a while back on a Catfish Weekly episode that talked about the feeding habits of flatheads. And I believe he said that they feed mostly 9 foot or less. Not obviously that's not an absolute, but in their studies, I don't know if they tagged fish or how they come up with these numbers, but most fish were feeding in 9 foot or less of water.
Okay. I'm going to have to go out and come back in. You're going to have to say that again because you're just all static and sound like a robot. So throw me up a link and I'll try to answer that or even understand that.
Okay. He's a pretty patient man to have to keep dealing with this over and over again, but we appreciate him being here. I appreciate all you guys still being here. We're down to 24 people, but we've been on for 5 hours. This is longer than half of my live streams. Well, maybe not. My live streams are long too on the water, but appreciate you guys being here. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the content. If you got to go, don't feel obligated to stay. I have a feeling when my wife walks in the door, she's going to pull me off here. She reminded me on a message that I have a doctor's appointment in the morning. So that's going to be fun. Yeah, it was Ted Ellenbecker. When somebody's talking about flatheads and characteristics and whatnot, I tend to pay attention. I've gone back and watched that episode again as a few other times. So good show, great live stream. Appreciate you guys, man. It means a lot. Switching to a new provider in the morning. I don't blame you. It says he's trying to connect, but it says device not connected. Oh, there. I think he's there now. 110 thumbs up, man. Man, I appreciate that. Really do. Did we sound any better to you, buddy?
Yeah. And I was interested because you said the name Ted Ellenbecker. And Ellenbecker has been in this game of promoting catfish even longer than I have. And I bought one of his videotapes, years ago. I don't even think I was 20 years old yet. And he had the big trucker hat and the humongous mullet and the big, the weird mustache and all that stuff. And he was fishing some pretty incredible areas. And I'm going to tell you honestly, that video actually, and he was catching big channel cats somewhere. I can't remember where, but there was big
I think I have the video.
There's giant boulders and fast water. And that video actually reinforced my idea that I was going to buy a boat that I could run shallow rivers because I figured out, because I fished the main river, Illinois, for quite a few years, and I could catch big channel cats except for right about late April all the way through about June 1. So I figured, well, where are these guys going? So I chased them into backwaters. I chased them into everywhere I could go. And I just couldn't find any of that. So go in the doctor with bloodshot eyes, he said. So Ted Ellenbecker's, his mullet video with the giant trucker hat actually kind of reinforced my idea so that I would risk all that money when I was young to buy a specialized boat just so I could go up these rivers that I didn't know if I could even traverse them. All I had was like a paper map. There was no, Google Earth or none of that. So, I spent quite a bit of money just based on that theory, and it actually, I proved that it worked. And Ellen Becker was part of that success. Really, he was one of the first ones that ever showed giant channel cats in fast water,
Yeah.
big rocks.
Yeah. So what the question was earlier, one of the things he stated in a Catfish Weekly episode was studying flatheads feeding at night. He said that there's no absolute, like you said before, but feeding in 9 foot of water or less. And I'm not sure if he said they tagged some fish and that's how they, were able to come up with these numbers. So I know they talked about, a flathead's home area versus a blue cat's home area.
Didn't hear any of that. I have such a terrible connection, especially because I think they throttle everything down. I don't know. Like what Ted was saying about looking for threes. What was Ted saying about looking for threes?
I think it's pretty much right in line with your current depth of cover.
Okay.
I think it's along the same lines. Yeah, I'm still alive.
Yep. Old Ted really I think I talked to him briefly during some sort of gosh, I can't remember whether it was the ICAST show, maybe in Chicago one time, and pretty interesting guy.
You want to come over and say hi?
Tell everybody hi.
Janice says hi now. She saw you guys. You can say it loud enough they can hear you.
Hey, everybody.
No, what Ted was saying was that flatheads generally feed 9 foot of water or less at night.
They feed less at night or more than at night.
They feed, I don't know if he said they feed more at night, but at night he said they will feed in less than 9 foot of water. 9 foot of water or less.
And honestly, if he's talking about small to mid-sized rivers, I believe that. But if he's talking about the big rivers, I believe that probably 75% of their feeding happens where they live. And that's between 20 and about 8 or 9 feet of water. I do believe that they do come up on those shelves, but I don't see a lot of evidence of that. I see a lot of evidence of 12 to 15 foot. I see a lot of evidence for, sometimes even deeper than that. And I don't see a ton of evidence that they're coming out and going up into shallow water or into currentless water. So a lot of times if you have 9 foot of water or less on the Mississippi, you don't have a bunch of current on it. Usually it's going to be deeper than that. So, if I think back to my medium-sized rivers, the one common denominator that you have is you have an abundance of 9 foot of water with current on it. So, it's just going to, one hand washes the other a little bit. It's kind of like, it's the attrition. So
right.
I don't think a person can say, I'm going to officially disagree with Ted Ellenbecker here. I don't think a person can officially say that most flatheads feed in any sort of depth, because we can see all across the country right now. We can see people catching them in the James. We can see them catching them in the Tennessee. We can see them catching them in the Ohio, the Mississippi, all those rivers, the Missouri. And one thing that doesn't happen in my area is you do not catch flatheads in 45 foot of water on 3-day-old crappie head, but yet kayak catfish does it all the time. Okay, so just because my range is a certain range that does well, I don't catch flathead for an old cut. Catch them super deep doesn't mean somebody isn't catching them somewhere that way, because they're all, yes, they're simple creatures. They're definitely simple creatures, and they're definitely controlled by their instincts. But if they have to take a situation, they have to. It's not that they learn it; it's just that it's available, and they don't have, like we said earlier, they don't have a tomorrow, they don't have it yesterday, they have today. So if today isn't paying off, they need to move. If today is paying off, they don't move. That is one concept. That is one thing I know. If it's in a pipeline where baits are funneled to it and it's meeting its needs, it doesn't have to move. It's not gonna move. Why move?
And that's one of the factors when it chooses its location is the availability of the bait to come to them without them having to leave their comfy little home, right? I mean, that's how they choose their locations.
Yes. And I think we need to kind of revamp that statement. They inherently choose their location based on their comfortability, and it just so happens that their instinctual desire to be in these places also intersects with bait fish that they need, because there's very few times you will see flatheads locate for very long in an area that doesn't go attract bait fish. They also will not go up shallow where there is bait fish, but it is not comfortable for them, because there's all kinds of flatheads next to a ton of bait fish. They don't live up there. They live where they want to live. They don't necessarily have to go. They will if they have to. If they're forced, they will. And that's how that's how I think I have to think about them, because otherwise I'll run them up. I'll think about so many different things. Oh, there's bait fish over there. Look at that. There's willows over here. And there's all kinds of stuff going on, and it's next to deep water. I did that for years, thrown up in that stupid shallow water. Maybe catch a small one here or there. Maybe catch a 30-pounder once in a while. But not until I started really getting to the root of the matter did I catch 50 fish over 50 pounds in a season. I mean, some of those, a handful of them are over 60, a few of them are over 70, and one or two are over 80. I didn't get that on those flats. I didn't get that by chasing bait fish. I got that by understanding the nature of these flatheads and the fact that they're going to be comfortable first. They're going to wait for prey fish to come to them most of the time. They're not prolific feeders. They don't race around. Only when they're very active, and it's usually small ones that do that. I almost never get a 40 or a 50 chase one of my peripheral baits. Almost never. Where there's a large flat and maybe an eddy, and then it jumps down in 12 foot of water, and then dumps down in 20, and there's a rise underneath my boat over here, and I will put baits in every possible location. Okay, but I do not.
I've got that spot in my head.
What's that?
I have that next spot in my head. I know where it is on my river.
Yeah, exactly. And so when you find that, especially if there's a tree or a root ball in it or whatever that they can hide underneath during the day, or maybe there's a lay down that's this is so weird. So you've got your ledge, and then you've got a lay down, just like in that drawing I did. So you've got a tree off the bank. There's actually some wood that they can hide behind, or get in, or whatever. But it's the small ones are up on top in less than 9 foot of water. You don't get those big ones until you're down off that ledge a little bit, and they rarely come up there, in my experience. And I don't know if anybody's flathead fished more than I have. I have not met anybody yet. Probably is somebody out there. I have not met anybody that's fished for flatheads for 20 years, for 45, 50 days a year, almost every day. I when I was guiding, I don't know how many years straight I did. I probably guided for probably 8 or 9 years, and I would fish an average of 24 to 25 days a month.
Yeah, I remember talking about some of your some of your 3, 4 to 7 day binges on the river, straight, client after client, never leaving the river. It's crazy.
And that was early when I was just doing it for myself. I slept at boat ramps when I was doing that guiding. So like late April all the way through about almost the third week of May. I'd be on the Starved Rock, Illinois River system, and I would sleep at the boat ramp. And I might come home 2 nights, because otherwise, if you're staying up till like 8 or 9, working your back off, and then driving home an hour and then getting ready and going to do it again, it just wasn't feasible. So I would stay at the boat ramps, and I would maybe have a couple days home, and then because honestly, if you're a full-time guide, this is a long, cold winter, so you got to make that stuff happen. And in my 20s and 30s, that didn't bother me. I'd sleep 4 hours and shower in the river in the morning and get ready for my clients. I'd have bait ready. They'd get there at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, and then a lot of times my guide clients would leave at 5, and I would go back out because I wanted to tweak what I was doing. I'm like, maybe I'm not happy about this, and I used to go back out to try to figure out flathead location on the Illinois River system when I didn't know any better. That there just isn't a great population of flatheads on the Illinois River system.
Yeah.
So just with enough of that stuff. Epic. Why do they like the dark so much? If there's a bridge or barrel or anything for them to get back under out of the light, they will. Well, it's all about being a sniper. That's what I think. I think the proclivity to put themselves in the dark and have their prey fish in the light to be a disadvantage is pretty huge. They have night vision. They have very good night vision. So anybody that's put night vision on during the day, it's pretty bright. So of course they're going to gravitate towards that shade within the water. And I used to theorize about light underneath the water, and I one time just basically jumped in the water and followed my anchor rope down to 25 feet. It looked dark until I looked up, and then you could see that there's light enough for our terrible night vision eyes. So it's very bright down there, even in 25 foot of stained water. Where I fish on the covered dock is out about probably 20 feet deep. What do you think my chances of catching a good cat would be if I just drop straight down? I think it's just as good, Dan's creation, as throwing straight down as it is throwing out. But you might have to prove that to yourself, because it's not necessarily that a dock is going to create. It depends on how deep it is too. What the angle of the sun is and all that stuff. I mean, if you have something like that's solid, like a barge, instead of like a covered dock that's way up there, you got to deal with the angle and sun and all that stuff. But if you have a barge and they are only 10 feet underneath it, like this, they're pretty much in shade all day. So it just depends on what kind of cover. So I mean, if I was fishing one, I'd definitely, if that's what I had to fish, I would definitely try to fish the shade underneath the dock as well, especially in a clear water river.
Is everybody else experiencing that? I got a lot more static on my end, but I can't tell if it's coming from me or Tim.
Well, Roger, I think we're gonna have to call this, because every time I'm on here for just a few minutes, the static happens. I don't know if you got static from me. You probably do. Probably hard to hear me. I noticed your wife is home. It's 12:30 here, 12:22 or whatever.
It's 1:30 here.
Yep. See, it's been a pleasure. It's always fun to talk about catfishing.
It was great, man. Again, wish you a happy birthday. I'm glad you was able to come in and chat with us. And thanks for everybody for sticking it out and hanging out with us. Thank you guys so much for being here. We'll have a good show next week with Blake Fox and Janet Fox. So have your questions ready, and be ready for another great night of catfish adventure or muskrat adventures. So,
all right, buddy. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you next week. Bye.